Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Factory of the Unseen, Machinery Awakens at Night. I never thought a place like the old Millard factory could feel alive again. The factory sat on the edge of town like a forgotten tooth, its broken windows and rusted frame catching the last golden light of dusk. During the day, it looked like nothing more than an empty carcass. But at night, well, that was different. I'd first heard about the factory from old Mr. Hensley, the retired machinist who'd worked there until it closed 20 years ago. They shut it down quick, he told me once, voice dry as dust. Said the air turned foul, machinery went haywire. Folks said it was cursed, but I reckon it was something else. I didn't press him. He never liked to talk about the details, just the vague warnings. I wasn't sure what I expected when I slipped through the broken fence that first night, the chain link biting at my jacket. The air smelled like damp concrete and old oil, with a faint metallic tang that made my tongue press hard against the roof of my mouth. Cold, too, the kind of cold that'd seep into your bones after hours. Inside, the factory was cavernous and hollow, shadows pooling in every corner like spilled ink. The machinery sat still, silent giants coated in rust and dust. I ran my fingers along the conveyor belts, rough and cracked, and something shifted in the silence, an almost imperceptible hum. I shook my head. Probably just the wind. That night, I got home just before midnight. I told myself I was done, but sleep didn't come easy. The images of the factory stayed with me, the way the shadows clung to the walls, how the air seemed heavier near the old sorting machines. I kept hearing that hum in my head, low and steady, like a heartbeat. The next few days were normal enough. Work at the hardware store, the usual small talk, the smell of sawdust and steel from the aisles. But every time I passed the factory on my way home, my eyes flicked to its dark windows. I swear, sometimes I caught a flicker of movement inside, like a shadow shifting just beyond the glass. On the third night, I found myself standing at the fence again. My breath puffed out in little clouds, the cold sharper than before. The street lamp nearby flickered and buzzed, casting a weak, uneven light over the cracked pavement. I felt a twitch of hesitation, but the pull was stronger. I climbed over the fence, careful not to tear my jacket. Inside, the factory was darker than I remembered. The moonlight barely reached through the broken roof panels. I moved slowly, my footsteps muffled against the concrete floor. Then I heard it, a faint mechanical clatter, rhythmic and methodical. I froze. The sorting machines. They were running. How? There was no power in this part of town. No one had worked here for years. I edged closer, the smell hitting me first, sharp, acrid, like burnt rubber mixed with something chemical. My throat tightened. The machines were alive, humming and whirring, belts moving with a precision that didn't belong to rusted relics. And then I saw it, the conveyors carrying dark, shifting fragments. At first, I thought it was debris, broken pieces of metal or coal dust. But no! These fragments were different. They seemed to absorb the weak light, edges blurred, almost liquid in their movement. And the strangest part? They vanished the moment they slipped into the machinery's maw. I stepped back, heart pounding, hands slick with sweat. What in the world was the factory sorting at this hour? It made no sense. Just then, a voice cracked through the silence, low and cautious. You shouldn't be here. I whipped around, eyes searching the shadows. A figure stepped forward, his face half hidden beneath a hood. The air between us thickened, tension coiling tight. Who are you? I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. "Someone who's been watching," he said. "You don't know what you're messing with." I swallowed hard, the cold biting deeper now. The factory wasn't dead. Not by a long shot. And whatever secret it held was still very much alive, waiting. The night stretched on, and I realized I was standing at the edge of something far bigger than I'd imagined. Something dangerous. Something that didn't want to be found. I wanted to turn away. To forget the factory and its restless machines. But I couldn't. Not now. Because the shadows weren't just shadows. They were pieces of something else. Something I had to understand before it was too late. The air grew colder, and the faint hum of unseen gears began to pulse beneath my feet. It was as if the factory itself was breathing, alive in a way that defied logic. I took a cautious step forward, the gravel crunching sharply in the silence. Each breath I drew felt heavier, weighed down by the weight of secrets pressing in all around me. A distant clang echoed through the darkness, followed by a low, mechanical whirring that seemed to ripple across the empty halls. Somewhere deep inside, a conveyor belt grown to life, carrying unseen cargo through a labyrinth of rusted steel and broken dreams. I wasn't just an intruder anymore, I was a witness to a hidden world, locked behind layers of dust and decay. Despite every instinct urging me to flee, I moved deeper, drawn by a force I couldn't name. The mystery wasn't just about the factory's past. It was about what it meant for the future, and how deeply it was entwined with my own story. Somewhere in the shadows, the truth waited, patient and unyielding, ready to reveal itself to those brave enough to seek it out. I didn't leave the factory that night. The next morning, sleep was a stranger. My mind spun through every detail, every sound. The way the conveyor belts moved, the rhythmic clatter of something I couldn't see, being sorted and processed. What was it? Shadows? No, shadows don't have substance. But whatever was disappearing into those belts was real enough to trip the sensors, to set the machines in motion. I sipped bitter coffee at the diner on the corner, the paper cup warming my hands, the bitter taste grounding me just enough to think straight. I pulled out my phone, scrolling through news archives and property records, trying to find a thread, a name, anything connected to the factory. Officially, it had shut down 15 years ago. No explanation beyond economic downturn. No reports of accidents, no lawsuits. Just silence. Silence. Complete silence. That didn't sit right with me. I called Sarah around noon. She was the only person I knew who might understand why I was chasing this ghost. She answered on the second ring, her voice tired but steady. "Still poking around that place?" she asked, a hint of amusement in her tone. "I can't stop thinking about it," I said. "There's something going on there, Sarah. Something more than just rust and old machinery." There was a pause. "Then, you're not imagining things. I heard stories when I worked in the area. People said it was toxic. The kind of place the company wanted to forget. But no one talked about what exactly went wrong." "Toxic how? Like chemicals?" "Yeah. And worse. They cleaned up the surface, but you know how that works, cover it up, wait it out. But the smells, the noises, some nights, people swore they heard the factory running again." I frowned, trying to push down a creeping unease. "That's what I heard. But I saw it. The machines moving on their own. Processing something. Something that disappears." Sarah's sigh was heavy. "Sounds like you need more than stories. You need proof." I agreed. I had to go back. Not just to watch from the outside, but inside. To see what that factory was still hiding. I spent the afternoon preparing, gathering flashlights, gloves, and a small camera. I wanted to document what I found. My hands trembled slightly as I packed, a mix of excitement and dread. I wasn't sure if it was courage or stubbornness pushing me forward. Night fell again, colder this time, with a dampness that settled deep into my bones. I slipped past the broken chain-link fence, careful to avoid the patches of wet grass that soaked through my shoes. The factory smelled of oil and mildew, a heavy, clinging scent that made my stomach twist. Inside, the air was thick with dust, motes dancing in the beam of my flashlight. The shadows moved oddly, stretched by the flickering overhead bulbs that still fought to stay alive. Every step echoed sharp, hollow against the concrete floor. I found the main conveyor room without trouble. The machines were silent now, but the faint hum of power pulsed beneath the floorboards, like the heartbeat of something sleeping. I crouched near the edge of the conveyor belt, my breath fogging in the cold air. Then it started again. A low rumble, slow and deliberate. The machinery groaned as if waking from a long slumber. Gears turned with precision. The conveyor belt creaked and rolled forward, carrying nothing visible, no boxes, no debris, but I saw it. Tiny fragments, like flickers of smoke or dark shards, drifting onto the belt from a shadowed corner. I blinked. Was my mind playing tricks? No. They were there. I raised the camera, zooming in, and caught the movement. The fragments swirled, twisted, then vanished as soon as they touched the rollers. Impossible, but undeniable. I leaned closer, heart thudding painfully in my chest. The fragments weren't just disappearing, they were being consumed. Processed. What was left behind was a faint, acrid smell, like burned rubber mixed with something chemical, bitter and sour. That smell, sharp, almost metallic, pricked my nostrils, and I realized it was familiar. Like the smell from the factory grounds years ago, when I was a kid, passing by with my father. He'd always grimace and say, "That place stinks of trouble." Trouble indeed. I needed to know where the fragments came from. I followed the conveyor's path, trailing the line of machines, each section clicking and clattering as if busy with invisible hands. The further I went, the more the air grew thick, almost suffocating. It wasn't just dust, it was chemical residue, stale and sharp. At the end of the conveyor, I found a small collection area sealed off with rusted metal grates. Peering through, I saw old crates stacked haphazardly, their labels faded and peeling. One caught my eye, a yellow diamond with a hazard symbol, barely legible but unmistakable. Toxic waste. A cold knot tightened in my gut. This wasn't just some forgotten factory. It was a dumping ground. A place where dangerous materials had been stored and maybe still were. I crouched down, tracing my fingers over the metal grate. It felt sticky, like dried resin. The air around me buzzed with a low electrical charge, and every instinct screamed for me to get out. But I couldn't. Not until I understood what this factory was still harvesting in the dark. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind me, heavy, deliberate. My breath caught. I froze, every muscle tight. The footsteps grew louder, closer, and my mind raced. Was someone else here? Someone who didn't want me poking around? I swallowed hard, heart hammering. The flashlight trembled in my hand. I turned slowly, breathing shallow, eyes searching the darkness. A figure emerged from the shadows. Not a ghost, not a machine. A man. His face was lined, eyes sharp and wary. He didn't say a word. Just watched. "Who are you?" I managed, voice barely above a whisper. He didn't answer. Instead, he stepped forward, and the air between us thickened with unspoken warnings. I realized then the factory's secret wasn't just the hazardous waste or the strange machinery, it was this man. And whatever he was protecting, it was clear I wasn't welcome. The night stretched on, the air colder now, heavy with danger and the weight of truths better left buried. But I couldn't walk away. Not yet. Not when the factory was still alive, still working, still hiding something that needed to be uncovered. I had no idea what I was getting into, but I knew one thing for sure. This was only the beginning. The man didn't blink. Just stood there, about 10 feet away, shadowed beneath the skeletal beams and the flickering fluorescent tubes that sputtered overhead like faulty heartbeats. His silence was a wall, cold and unyielding. I swallowed again, my mouth dry, the flashlight's beam shaking in my grip. I wanted to bolt back to the entrance, slam the rusted door behind me, and never look back, but something kept me rooted, an itch I couldn't scratch, a quiet demand that I find out what the factory was still harvesting, even after all these years. "You're not going to tell me your name?" I asked, voice cracking slightly. The words felt small and useless, swallowed by the cavernous space around us. Still nothing. Just the hum of machinery awakening somewhere deeper inside, the low groan of gears turning without human hands. A faint clatter echoed, metal grinding on metal, and I realized the conveyor belts were moving again, slowly, methodically. I glanced toward the sorting room, where I'd glimpsed those shadowy fragments earlier. They vanished as soon as they hit the conveyor, swallowed by the machines more like they were never real to begin with. "Why are you here?" I pressed, stepping forward, trying to appear braver than I felt. My boots scraped against debris, tiny stones crunching underfoot. "What's this place really for?" The man's eyes flicked toward the conveyor, then back at me. Finally, he spoke, voice low and rough, like gravel sliding down a hill. "You don't know what you're messing with." That was hardly an answer. "Try me," I said, surprising myself. The air was suddenly colder, and I could taste the faint metallic tang of rust and oil mixed with something else, something acrid and chemical. Like burnt plastic. My nostrils flared involuntarily. He took a slow step forward, and the light caught the lines in his face, the deep furrows, the stubble, the small scar beside his left eye. "This factory never stopped working," he said. "Not really. It's been sorting for decades. Not scrap metal. Not machinery parts. It's been processing data. Bodies. Shadows of people who got caught up in the wrong deals." My breath hitched. "Bodies?" I echoed, my mind racing. Maybe I'd misunderstood. My mind raced with possibilities. "Maybe no," he said sharply. "Not what you think. Not in the usual sense. The factory's machines were designed to process evidence, to break down and erase traces. The fragments you saw, pieces of lives, documents, photos, even voices recorded on tapes. Things that could ruin people." He paused, glancing over his shoulder, eyes narrowing. "It's a ghost factory. A place where secrets go to die." I stared at him, disbelief and curiosity tangled in my chest. This was worse than I imagined. The shadows weren't supernatural, they were carefully culled pieces of truth, systematically destroyed by a machine and the man who ran it. "Why?" I asked, voice barely a whisper. "Why keep it running? Why stay here?" His lips twitched briefly, almost a smirk. "Because some secrets don't want to die. And some people don't want them to be found." Silence settled. The distant thumping of the conveyor belts filled the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay again, the low mechanical murmurs now almost hypnotic. I knew then I had crossed a line. There was no turning back. The factory wasn't just a relic, it was an active threat, and I was standing in the middle of its engine room. The man's gaze locked onto mine. "You're not leaving. Not now. You've seen too much." Panic rose in my throat, sharp and sudden. The exit was behind him, but he'd block it without effort. I tried to think fast, but the cold sweat on my palms made the flashlight slippery. "Look," I said, voice steadier than I felt, "I don't want trouble. I just want to understand." "Maybe there's a way we can know," he interrupted, shaking his head. "You don't understand. This factory's been paid for by people who want silence. I'm just the last line." A distant noise caught my attention. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoing from the far side of the factory. Another figure? Or just my imagination? My heart slammed harder. I stepped back, knocking over a small pile of rusted bolts that clattered loudly. The man stiffened, then turned sharply toward the noise. I caught a glimpse of his hand reaching into a pocket, pulling out a small, battered radio. Static buzzed through the air. "Status?" A voice crackled back, muffled but tense. "Still no movement. Surveillance is clean. One unknown detected near the sorting line." My blood ran cold. They were watching me. Not just this man, but others, people who had eyes everywhere. They knew I was here. The man's eyes flicked back to me, more urgent now. "You need to decide. Stay and help, or leave and forget everything you've seen." I swallowed hard, the cold creeping into my bones. Help? How could I help someone who was protecting a factory built on erasing lives? But leaving meant walking away from something that felt like a wound in the city's heart, a wound that might fester if ignored. "I don't have a choice," I muttered, voice barely audible. "I can't just walk away." He nodded slowly, almost relieved. "Good. Because once you're in, you don't leave the same." The conveyor belts churned louder, the factory's heartbeat growing steady and unrelenting. I glanced at the shadowy fragments again, vanishing without a trace, swallowed by cold machinery. And in that moment, I knew the factory was no longer just a place, it was a trap. A living thing fed by secrets and fear. The footsteps grew closer. Another figure appeared, this one younger, dressed in a dark jacket, eyes scanning the room sharply. The older man gestured toward me, then to the machines. We move fast. There's no room for mistakes. I felt my throat tighten. Whatever I'd stumbled into, it was bigger and darker than I imagined. And now, I was part of it, whether I liked it or not. The door slammed shut somewhere behind me. The sound echoed like a gunshot in the hollow space. No escape. Not yet. "Welcome to the harvest," the older man said, voice low but certain. I swallowed again, the taste bitter and metallic. My hands trembled, but I forced myself to step forward into the factory's grim embrace. The machinery roared, shadows shifted, and the night grew colder still. The machinery's roar didn't just fill the space, it swallowed me whole. The flickering overhead lights cast jittery shadows that danced along the rusted walls, making the whole factory feel like it was breathing, alive in a way that had nothing to do with nature. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste still thick on my tongue, and tried to steady my shaking legs. The older man's voice lingered in my ears. "Welcome to the harvest." The words had settled into my chest like a stone. I glanced sideways at the younger man. His eyes were sharp, scanning like a hawk's, but there was something else there, something I couldn't quite pin down. Maybe it was impatience. Maybe it was fear. Or maybe he just wanted this nightmare to be over as much as I did. He didn't say a word, but his body was tense, like coiled wire ready to snap. We move fast. "There's no room for mistakes," the older man repeated, his voice low but certain. I wanted to ask what mistakes meant here, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I nodded, even though I wasn't sure what I was agreeing to exactly. The conveyor belts hummed beneath us, ancient and unyielding, their surfaces scuffed with years of neglect. Shadowy fragments, those strange, intangible things I'd seen earlier, drifted in from the darker corners of the room. They looked like smoke caught in a beam of light, but when they touched the machines, they were gone. Just vanished. No trace left behind. I dared to step closer, the cold concrete floor rough under my boots. The smell of oil and damp metal pressed in on me, heavy and suffocating. It was the kind of smell that clung to your clothes, your skin, your hair. I could almost taste it, bitter and thick. Do you see them? The older man's whisper was like sandpaper. They're not shadows, not ghosts. They're remnants. Pieces of what we take. What do you mean? My voice cracked, surprising even me. I hated sounding this uncertain, but the whole thing was unraveling too fast. The younger man finally spoke, his voice sharp, clipped. They're fragments of people. Not the whole, just bits we can harvest, use. You don't want to know the details, but they're valuable. Dangerous, too. I blinked. Fragments of people? My mind stumbled, trying to picture such a thing. It sounded impossible, but the machines, the way the fragments disappeared, it was real. Not literal pieces, the older man said quickly, as if reading my thoughts. More like data, information, genetic material. Something that can be processed, analyzed, sold. We extract it from those who come here, those who disappear. The factory's been harvesting for years. A cold shiver slid down my spine. I looked around, suddenly noticing the faint stains on the floor, the discarded gloves and cracked containers with faded labels I hadn't seen before. The factory wasn't just abandoned, it was a trap, a machine built to feed off the missing. But why? For what? I whispered, voice barely audible over the grinding cogs. The younger man shrugged, but his eyes didn't meet mine. Money. Control. Power. Take your pick. I wanted to argue, to say none of it made sense, but the truth was slipping through my fingers. I could almost taste the danger, feel it pressing closer like a physical weight. The factory's cold breath whispered promises I didn't want to hear. Suddenly, a sharp clang echoed from the far side of the room. My head snapped around just in time to see a shadow detach itself from the darkness, moving with purpose. The older man's eyes narrowed. We have company. My heart hammered in my chest, but I forced myself to stay still. The figure stepped into the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, a woman, mid-30s, her jacket torn and stained. Her eyes burned with something fierce, raw. You don't belong here, she said, voice steady but edged with exhaustion. You don't know what you're messing with. I'm just trying to understand, I said, voice rising despite myself. What is all this? Why harvest people like this? She looked at me like I was naive, maybe even foolish. Because people like us are worth something. To them, to the people running this place. They don't care if you're scared or broken. You're just a resource. Hard to believe, I know. The machinery groaned louder, as if in agreement. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper. I swallowed again, tasting that bitter metallic tang, feeling my hands tremble. Get out, the older man said, stepping between me and the woman. Before it's too late. But she shook her head. No. You came this far. You deserve to know the truth. Her words hit me harder than any blow. A knot tightened in my stomach. I wanted to run, wanted to curl into a corner and pretend none of this was real, but something inside me refused to back down. Show me, I said softly. Show me everything. The woman hesitated, then nodded. Follow me, But stay close. This factory doesn't like questions. We moved deeper into the heart of the building, the growing louder, more insistent. The shadows clung to us, and I could swear the air was thickening, pressing against my skin. The smell shifted to no longer just oil and rust, but something sharper, almost chemical. She led us to a narrow catwalk overlooking a pit filled with tangled machinery and vats of dark liquid. The fragments swept into the conveyors below, disappearing into the churning mass. They extract blood, tissue, DNA, she explained. Then it's processed into products, medical research, biotech. But it's illegal, dangerous. And they don't care who gets hurt. I stared down at the swirling shadows, feeling sick. And the people? The ones who vanish. The woman's mouth twisted. Some disappear forever. Others end up here, trapped in this endless cycle. I swallowed hard. The room seemed to close in, sound sharper, colder. My skin prickled, my breath shallow. Suddenly, a distant shout echoed through the factory, harsh and urgent. The woman's eyes flicked toward the sound. They know you're here. We have to move. The older man's grip tightened on my arm. No mistakes. No mistakes, I repeated, the words tasting bitter. But something inside me snapped. If this was the harvest, then I was already part of it. I had to see it through, even if it meant losing myself in the darkness. The factory's roar swallowed us once more as we plunged forward, deeper into the unknown. The factory's roar faded behind us as we slipped through the twisting corridors, the older man's grip still firm on my arm. We can't stay, the woman whispered, her voice tight, like she was swallowing a scream. They'll come back. They always do. I nodded, though the weight in my chest didn't lighten. The truth sheet spilled the blood, the tissue, the DNA harvested beneath the factory's rusted bones. It wasn't just some twisted nightmare. It was real. And it was still happening. Outside, the night bit cold as soon as we emerged. The sky was churned with clouds, and a gust of wind carried the sharp, biting scent of rain. I pulled my jacket tighter, trying to steady the tremor in my hands. The street lamps flickered, casting long, uncertain shadows across cracked pavement. The city felt different now, smaller, somehow. More dangerous. Do you think they'll come after us? I asked, voice lower than I wanted. The woman's eyes darkened. They don't care if they come after you or me. Anyone who knows is a risk. But you saw too much. I swallowed, the taste of metal thick in my mouth. What happens now? Her gaze flicked toward a narrow alley, then back. We disappear. Or we fight. For a moment, I considered running. Just vanishing into the night, leaving the factory and its secrets behind. But something deeper inside wouldn't let me. I was tangled in this, whether I liked it or not. I could feel the threads pulling tighter, dragging me into the machinery's relentless cycle. Fight, I said quietly. But how? We don't even know who they are, just that they're watching. She gave a bitter laugh, a sound that scraped against the night. Names don't matter. It's the system. The network. People who profit off the suffering of others, hiding behind suits and contracts. I thought of the shadows slipping into the conveyors, disappearing as if they were never there. People, real people, vanishing into some grotesque factory harvest. We need proof, I said. Something concrete. She nodded. I have a contact. Someone who can help expose this. But it's dangerous. You'll have to trust me. Trust. The word felt fragile, like thin glass ready to shatter. But I had no other choice. The silence between us stretched, heavy with unspoken fears. The next day, sunlight felt unnatural, almost intrusive as it spilled through the cracked blinds of a cramped apartment. The air smelled faintly of stale coffee and something metallic, like old pennies. I sat on the edge of a worn sofa, rubbing my temples, replaying the night's revelations in my mind. The woman was on the phone, her voice low and urgent as she arranged our next move. Outside, the city bustled, oblivious. Kids laughed in a nearby park, and a dog barked distantly. Life went on, indifferent to the factory's shadow. I couldn't shake the image of the machinery, the cold, deliberate sorting of human fragments, and the knowledge that the people who vanished weren't just statistics. They were stories cut short, swallowed by a system too cruel to tear. The woman finally hung up and turned toward me. "We have a meeting tonight. A journalist who's interested. Someone who's been chasing this story for years." The knot in my stomach tightened. "And if they're compromised? We'll know. We'll be careful." Her confidence was a thin shield against the uncertainty gnawing at me. But I needed this. Needed to believe that truth mattered, even if it came wrapped in danger. Night fell again, and we met the journalist in a quiet cafe tucked away from the main street. He was a lean man with tired eyes and a notebook full of scribbled names and dates. His voice was steady but worn, like he'd been fighting this fight too long. "They're powerful," he said, stirring his coffee absent-mindedly. "The company behind the factory is linked to all sorts of shady deals, illegal biotech, human trafficking, you name it. They've buried evidence before. People disappear, witnesses vanish. It's a web of silence." I felt the weight of his words settle like stones in my chest. Yet, there was something in his determination that sparked a fragile hope. "We need more than stories," I said. "We need proof, something that can't be ignored." He nodded. "I've got a lead on some internal documents. Could blow this wide open. But getting them won't be easy." A pause stretched between us, filled with the clatter of cups and murmured conversations. The night outside pressed in, dark and full of unknown threats. "We'll help," the woman said firmly. "Whatever it takes." Days bled into nights as we followed the journalist's lead, piecing together fragments of the factory's sinister operation. I learned to listen for the silences, the half-truths buried beneath official reports. Each step forward felt like walking on a wire stretched over a dark abyss. There were moments when doubt crept in, whispering that maybe this was bigger than any of us could handle. But I couldn't turn away. Not anymore. At last, the journalist secured the documents, a trove of emails, contracts, and internal memos that named names and detailed shipments, experiments, and cover-ups. We sat together in the cramped apartment, poring over the pages, the magnitude of what we'd uncovered sinking in. "This is it," I whispered. "This will bring them down." The woman smiled, tired but genuine. "Maybe. Or at least, it'll shine a light." Weeks later, the story broke. Headlines screamed about illegal biotech operations, human trauma hidden beneath the guise of medical research. Authorities launched investigations, and the factory's machines fell silent for good. The streets around it grew quieter, the shadows receding. But for me, the silence was hollow. The images of those shadowy fragments, the people lost in the endless cycle, lingered like a ghost I couldn't shake. I found myself waking in the night, heart racing, the faint hum of machinery echoing in my ears. I hadn't expected to change. But I had. The darkness inside the factory had seeped into me, reshaping the way I saw the world. No longer could I pretend that evil was distant or abstract. It was real, messy, and sometimes it wore a human face. One evening, as the sun dipped low and the city bathed in a restless twilight, I stood near the factory's rusted gates. The place was quiet now, but the air still carried that faint metallic tang. A reminder. I touched the cold iron, fingers trembling slightly. The fight wasn't over, not really. But maybe, for the first time, there was light strong enough to push back the darkness. And maybe that was enough. Story 2 to 7:15 a.m. breakdown, the subway's deadly pattern. The subway smelled like wet concrete and old coffee. I stood by the edge, the yellow safety line feeling solid under my sneakers, and watched the fluorescent lights overhead flicker like they were on the verge of giving up. The platform was nearly empty, save for a man in a black coat hunched over a newspaper and a woman tapping her foot impatiently while scrolling on her phone. The train rolled in with that familiar screech, brakes grinding against steel. A rush of cold air hit my face, carrying the distant murmur of conversations and the rhythmic clack of the wheels on the track. I slid into a seat near the door, clutching my worn leather satchel close. The subway car smelled different once inside, stale air mixed with the faint aroma of disinfectant and something faintly burnt, like overheated wiring. I glanced around. A few people nodded off, others stared blankly at their screens. The usual weekday routine. At exactly 7:15 a.m., the train jolted slightly as it pulled out of the station. That was when I first caught the odd detail. The man next to me, a middle-aged fellow with thinning hair and wire-rimmed glasses, suddenly stiffened, his eyes darting toward the ceiling. The overhead lights buzzed louder, flickering erratically, and then, just for a split second, everything went dark. A collective sigh passed through the car as the lights snapped back on. The man rubbed his forehead, muttering something under his breath. I asked, "Everything okay?" He looked at me, startled, then shook his head. "Just a short blackout. Happens sometimes." I nodded, but the unease had settled in my stomach. It wasn't just a flicker. It was the timing. I checked my watch. 7:15 a.m., like clockwork. That night, I scrolled through the local news on my phone. A headline caught my eye: subway delay causes minor injuries during morning commute. The report was brief: a power outage on the Green Line at 7:15 a.m. caused a cascade of minor collisions as the train screeched to an abrupt stop. 10 people treated for bruises and shock, no serious injuries. I tapped through the comments. Most people grumbled about the usual chaos, but one message stood out: this is the third time this week. Same line. Same time. Curious, I dug deeper. There was another report from last Thursday. Another from the previous Monday. All on the same subway line, all around 7:15 in the morning. Different accidents, nothing fatal, just a collection of injuries and near misses, but the pattern was unmistakable. I should have ignored it. It was probably a coincidence. Trains broke down. People got hurt. That was the city's rhythm. But I didn't. The next morning, I boarded the subway at the usual time, heart hammering a little more than it had the day before. The platform was colder, emptier, and the stale subway smell seemed heavier somehow. I kept my eyes peeled for anything unusual: the flicker of the lights, the nervous glances of fellow commuters, the faintest sound out of place. At 7:15, the train jerked again, just like before. But this time, the lights didn't flicker, they dimmed. A low hum filled the car, vibrating through the floor and into my bones. I looked up and noticed a small panel above the door sparking faintly. The air grew thick, humid, the faint smell of burning plastic creeping in. People started shifting uneasily in their seats. The man across from me wiped his brow, even though the temperature hadn't changed. The woman to my left gripped her purse tighter, eyes wide but silent. Then the train lurched forward with a harsh screech, jolting everyone violently. My hands slammed against the pole as I caught myself from falling. The lights flickered wildly, then stabilized. The old man next to me whispered, "This is getting worse." I nodded, swallowing hard. My fingers trembled as I pulled out my phone to check the time again. 7:15 a.m. sharp. Later that day, I met my sister for coffee. The cafe smelled like burnt sugar and cinnamon, a small comfort against the growing knot in my stomach. She laughed over a joke I told, but even as I smiled, I couldn't shake the tension. "Have you noticed anything weird on your subway rides?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She frowned, stirring her latte. "Weird how?" "Just accidents. Delays. Lights going out. All on the same line, same time every week." She shook her head, setting her cup down. "That's probably just how the city is. Nothing to stress about." Maybe she was right. But I remembered the man's wary eyes, the flickering lights, the scent of something burning. Something that didn't belong. That night, I sat by my window, the city's hum a dull roar beneath the rain tapping on the glass. I pulled out a notebook, the pages crisp and waiting. I scribbled down the dates, times, and details from the news. The pattern was clear, but the cause wasn't. I rubbed my eyes and glanced at the clock. 11:47 p.m. Too late to call anyone, too late to do anything but wait. But wait for what? The idea nagged at me, twisting in my thoughts like a tight knot. If this was an accident, it was a strange one. If it wasn't, then what was it? And more importantly, who was next? The subway was supposed to be a place of routine, a reliable thread in the hectic tapestry of city life. But now it felt like a trap. A slow, invisible snare tightening with each passing week. I didn't know who was behind it, or why. But I knew one thing, I couldn't ignore it. Not anymore. The next morning, the city woke with a damp chill that seeped through the cracked window frame of my apartment. I poured coffee into my chipped mug and flicked on the radio. The dull drone of the morning news mixed with the hiss of the old radiator struggling to keep the room warm. The subway line's name came up again in a bulletin, another delay, another unexplained incident. No details. Nothing concrete. Just the usual vague statements about safety protocols and ongoing investigations. I rubbed my temples. The pattern was real, but the city's indifference was suffocating. I wanted to tell someone, but who? My sister? She'd think I was losing it. My coworkers? They barely noticed the news beyond their morning scrolls. And then there was Mia. She'd been late to pick me up last night, distracted and tired. I hadn't mentioned any of this to her. Not yet. I wasn't sure I could. Not until I had something solid. Until I knew I wasn't chasing shadows. Still, that man's eyes lingered in my mind. Wary. Uneasy. Like he'd seen something he wasn't meant to. The flicker of those subway lights, the faint smell of burning that didn't belong anywhere near those tracks. It all felt like a message I was missing. I decided to go back. To the subway station. During the day this time, to blend in and watch. Observe. The platform was busy but not crowded. The hum of conversations, the scrape of shoes against tile, the occasional clatter of a dropped phone or a newspaper rustling, all normal. Too normal. I settled near the edge, just out of the way, and let my eyes wander. The scent of damp concrete mixed with the faint metallic tang of the rails filled the air. I noticed the flickering lights, just like last night, but they didn't seem to register with anyone else. A few commuters glanced at the broken bulbs and muttered under their breath, but no one seemed concerned. Then I spotted him again, the man from last night. He was leaning against a column, eyes scanning the crowd but never settling. His face was lined, like he hadn't slept in days, and his hands trembled slightly as he fidgeted with a crumpled cigarette pack. I debated approaching him, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I took out my phone and started recording discreetly. Minutes stretched into an hour. The usual announcements crackled over the speakers, delays, warnings to mind the gap, the distant rumble of approaching trains. Then something shifted. The man's gaze locked onto a group of 3 teenagers near the ticket machines. His lips moved, barely audible, but the tension in his shoulders was unmistakable. Suddenly, the flickering lights intensified, casting erratic shadows that danced like restless ghosts against the tiled walls. The air thickened, heavy with an electric charge that raised the fine hairs on my arms. The scent of burning returned, sharper this time, like something smoldering just beyond sight. My breath hitched. The teenagers scattered, startled by a sudden commotion near the escalator. A woman screamed a sharp, terrified sound that sliced through the murmur of the crowd. People turned, phones lifted to capture whatever was happening. The man pushed off the pillar and vanished into the throng. I rushed over, heart pounding, but there was no obvious danger. Just a collapsed pile of newspapers and a broken railing that looked like it had been loosened by force. A small fire extinguisher lay discarded nearby, its red paint scuffed. The woman was crying, clutching her wrist. Someone handed her a tissue. No one seemed hurt beyond shock. But I saw it. The telltale scratch marks on the metal railing, the faint smear of dirt on the tile where someone had clearly slipped. A setup. A trap. Someone wanted this to happen. I snapped a photo and pocketed my phone. The crowd was already dissipating, the normalcy rushing back like a tide washing away the moment's chaos. I stayed behind, tracing my fingers over the rough plaster of the column, feeling the vibrations of the arriving trains beneath my feet. The station was a maze of sounds and smells and secrets. Later, I called Mia. Her voice was warm but tired. "Hey," she said. "You okay? You sounded weird yesterday." "I'm fine," I said, though my voice wavered. "Just, something's wrong with the subway line. Accidents. On the same day and time every week." She sighed. "Sounds like you're chasing a ghost." "Maybe," I admitted. "But what if it's not a ghost? What if someone's doing this on purpose?" There was a long pause. "Be careful," she whispered. "Don't get in over your head." I hung up, feeling the weight of her words. Back in my apartment, the rain had stopped, leaving the city smelling faintly of wet asphalt and exhaust. I stared out at the flickering streetlights, wondering how deep this rabbit hole went. That night, I couldn't sleep. The pattern was growing clearer. But so was the danger. And I knew the next Tuesday was coming. Fast. I had to find out who was behind this before it was too late. Before they reached someone I cared about. The notebook waited on my desk, a silent witness to the gathering storm. I traced my finger along the dates again, feeling the pulse of the city's hidden menace beneath the routine. Someone was watching. Waiting. And I wasn't sure I wanted to know what would happen next. I lay awake for what felt like hours, staring at the cracked ceiling above my bed. The rain had finally stopped, leaving the air dense with the sharp scent of wet concrete and gasoline. I could still taste it, metallic and bitter at the back of my throat. The streetlights flickered intermittently, casting long, uneasy shadows on the walls. It felt as if the city itself was holding its breath. I rubbed my temples and pushed myself up, dragging my legs over the edge of the bed. The notebook on my desk caught my eye, its pages dog-eared and scribbled with frantic notes and timelines. It was a silent witness to my obsession, and maybe, I thought, my undoing. I reached for my phone and scrolled through the messages again, the conversation with my sister replaying in my mind. "Be careful," she said. I could almost hear the tremor in her voice. It wasn't just concern. It was fear. And I wasn't sure if she was afraid of what I might find or what might find me. The next Tuesday was less than 24 hours away. Morning came with a dull ache behind my eyes and a restless energy I couldn't shake. I brewed a bitter cup of black coffee, the steam rising in thin ribbons, and sat by the window. Outside, the city was waking up, the clatter of subway trains echoing through the underground tunnels, the distant murmur of voices, the occasional bark of a stray dog. But beneath all of that, I felt the pulse of something darker, something waiting just out of sight. I pulled the subway map from my desk and spread it out on the table, tracing my finger along the line where the accidents had happened. 3 incidents, same line, same time. It was too precise to be coincidence. But why? What was the connection? And who stood to gain from this? I flipped back through my notes, searching for anything I might have missed. Then, a detail caught my eye, a name, scribbled hastily in the margin, Morris. I didn't recognize it at first, but then it clicked. Morris was the conductor on duty during the last accident, the one where the woman had fallen between the cars. I'd seen his name in the incident report but hadn't paid it much attention. Curiosity gnawed at me. I needed to know more about him. That afternoon, I found myself standing near the subway station entrance, pretending to read a newspaper while I watched the flow of passengers. Morris wasn't hard to spot, mid-50s, graying hair, a permanent crease between his brows that suggested a long history of stress. He moved with a careful, deliberate pace, checking his watch often, eyes darting to the platform edge. I followed him at a distance, weaving through the crowd without drawing attention. He took the escalator down, glanced around as if sensing he was being watched, then disappeared into a small maintenance room. I hesitated, then slipped inside after him. The room was cramped and smelled of oil and dust, the hum of machinery vibrating through the walls. Morris looked up, startled, his eyes narrowing. "Can I help you?" he asked, voice low but steady. I just wanted to ask about the incidents on the line," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "You were on duty during the last one, right?" He stiffened, then sighed. "Look, I don't know what you're after, but you're barking up the wrong tree. These things happen. Accidents. Nothing more." His eyes flicked toward the door, then back to me. There was something in them, an edge I hadn't expected. Not anger, exactly. More like warning. "I'm not here to cause trouble," I said quickly. "I just want to understand. People are getting hurt, and it keeps happening at the same time. Isn't that strange?" His jaw tightened. "Strange, maybe. But it's the subway. People rush, people slip. It's chaos down there. No one's controlling it." I wanted to press harder, but the tension in the room was thick enough to cut with the item. I nodded slowly and backed out, the door clicking softly behind me. Back in my apartment, I sank into the worn armchair by the window, the fading light casting long shadows across the walls. I replayed the conversation over and over. Morris's reaction, was it fear? Guilt? Or something else entirely? Then it hit me. The accidents weren't random, but neither were they purely mechanical failures or careless mistakes. Someone was manipulating the environment, creating distractions or hazards at precise moments. But how? And why? I flipped through the pages of my notebook again, searching for clues. Then, a pattern emerged, not in the accidents themselves, but in the surrounding circumstances. Each incident happened near a station with ongoing construction or maintenance work. Tools left in odd places, warning signs removed, lights flickering off at critical moments. It wasn't just chance. Someone had inside knowledge. Someone who worked the system or knew it well enough to exploit it. The realization hit me hard. This wasn't about random misfortune. It was calculated, deliberate, and I was now part of it. I thought about my sister, about the people I loved who rode that line every day without a second thought. How close had they come to being caught in this web? I swallowed hard, the taste of bile rising in my throat. There was no going back. The next Tuesday arrived with a thick fog that swallowed the city whole. The usual morning rush felt different, tense, charged with an unspoken urgency. I stood on the platform, watching the clock tick closer to the moment when the pattern would strike again. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from an unknown number. Stop looking. It's not safe. I stared at the screen, fingers trembling. The message was a warning. Or a threat. I looked around, but the crowd was oblivious, heads down, earbuds in, lost in their own worlds. No one else noticed the shadow slipping behind the columns. No one else saw the figure that melted into the fog. I clenched my fists, the cold metal of the railing biting into my palms. The city breathed around me, alive, indifferent, and full of secrets. I was in too deep. And whatever was coming next, there was no turning back. The fog pressed down harder than ever, thick enough to blot out the edges of the platform. I wanted to believe it was a bluff, maybe even a prank. But the shadow I glimpsed moving behind the columns just before the train's arrival told a different story. Someone was watching me. Someone who didn't want me digging any deeper. I glanced around. The crowd was dense, faces blurred by fog and distance, all absorbed in their own routines, heads down, earbuds in, a few clutching coffee cups that steamed into the cold air. No one noticed the figure retreating into the station's dirty corners. No one but me. The train's arrival was a dull roar, metal wheels screeching against rails, the doors sliding open with a mechanical sigh. I stepped inside, the stale air smelling of sweat, old newspapers, and something faintly acrid, maybe burnt rubber or the underground's permanent scent of decay. The seats were mostly empty, the few passengers scattered like ghosts. I picked a window seat and pressed my palm flat against the cold glass, fogged from the inside by the collective breath of those around me. Ticking closer. 10 minutes. 15. The exact time when the pattern always struck. I tried to steady my breathing, but my chest felt tight, as if the fog itself had wrapped around me. The message repeated in my mind, a warning and a threat rolled into 3 short words. Stop looking. But I couldn't. Not now. Not when the next accident was due any minute. I pulled my phone out again, thumb hovering over the screen, debating. The unknown number hadn't replied since that first message, but I'd already sent 2 texts, both ignored. Then the station lights flickered. I looked up 1, 2, 3 times before the bulb steadied, bathing the carriage in sickly yellow. The flicker was brief but enough to send a cold rush through me. A glitch. A warning? I didn't know. The train lurched forward, the familiar rattle shaking the floor beneath my feet. The station announcements crackled over the speaker, indistinct but oddly distorted, like a voice underwater. My skin prickled. Something was wrong. I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. The figure from before, now seated a few rows ahead, slouched in a hoodie pulled low over their face. Impossible to tell if it was the same person, but the posture was deliberate, watchful, tense. I debated leaving, but the doors were already closing, the platform swallowed by fog once again. I was trapped. The seconds ticked down, the pattern's hour approaching with unrelenting certainty. I watched the figure shift, the hoodie slipping back just enough to reveal a pair of eyes, cold, calculating, unblinking. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste of bile rising again. My hands trembled in my lap. Why me? Why now? The train screeched into the next station, a grinding halt that sent a shudder through the car. The door slid open, and a gust of damp, cold air spilled inside. The figure stood, moving with deliberate slowness toward the exit. I wanted to call out, to follow, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I stood, the phone slipping from my grasp and clattering to the floor. The sound seemed loud, jarring, like a gunshot in the thick fog. The figure paused at the doors, glancing back once. That gaze, piercing, unreadable, burned into me. Then they disappeared onto the platform, swallowed by the mist. The doors closed behind them with a hiss, and the train lurched forward again, leaving the station behind. I sank back into my seat, heart hammering against my ribs. The fog outside blurred the world into a gray smear, but inside the carriage, the shadows felt alive. The next stop was mine, but I didn't move. Instead, I pulled the phone close, fingers trembling as I reread the messages I'd sent hours ago. No reply. No sign of anyone else knowing what was coming. I needed answers. I had to find out who was behind the warnings and the accidents. But the closer I got, the darker everything became. Later that night, I sat in my apartment, windows open just enough to let in the damp chill of the city. The fog had followed me home, curling around the edges of the glass like a living thing. My hands hovered over the keyboard, the screen's glow highlighting the deep circles under my eyes. I'd spent hours tracing subway schedules, cross-referencing accident reports, and scanning security footage I'd begged a contact to send me. Nothing concrete, a blur here, a shadow there, but enough to make my skin crawl. The phone buzzed again. This time, no message. Just a call. The number blocked. I hesitated, thumb hovering over the answer button. Hello? Silence. Complete silence. Then, a whisper, barely audible over static. Stop. The line went dead. I slammed the phone down, breath coming fast and shallow. The room felt suddenly smaller, walls closing in. The dark corners of the apartment seemed to leer at me, filled with unseen eyes. I told myself it was a prank. A cruel joke by someone who wanted to scare me off. But something in that voice was familiar. Cold. Precise. Calculated. I knew I was in over my head. But I couldn't stop. The next day, I tried talking to Sarah. I needed an ally. Someone else to see the pattern, to believe me before it was too late. She met me at the corner cafe near the station, the fog finally lifting, leaving the city damp and glistening like a wet stone. I'm worried, I said, voice low, eyes darting around as if the shadows might listen. There's someone watching me, Sarah. Someone who doesn't want me finding out what's happening on the subway. She frowned, stirring her coffee slowly. Are you sure you're not just stressed? You've been obsessing over this for weeks. I bit my lip. I know how that sounds, but I got a text yesterday. From an unknown number. It said, stop looking. It's not safe. Then a call last night. No one else knows about this. Her eyes narrowed. That's creepy. She glanced around the cafe, voice dropping. Have you told the police? Not yet. They think it's just accidents. Random. But it's not. It's all on the same line, same time, every week. She leaned in, voice barely a whisper. What if it's someone trying to cover something up? Like deliberate sabotage? I nodded slowly, the pieces falling into place. Someone wanted to keep the truth buried. Someone who was willing to threaten me to make sure I stayed quiet. The weight of it settled on my shoulders like a stone. Sarah, I said, voice steady despite the storm inside me. I'm scared of what's coming next. She reached out, her hand warm over mine. We'll face it together. But even as I said it, a cold knot twisted in my gut. I wasn't sure we'd be ready. That night, the city was quieter than usual. The subway car hummed steadily beneath us, a dull vibration that felt almost like a heartbeat. I sat by the window, watching the dim tunnel walls slide past in a fragmented blur, the faint smell of damp concrete and old grease pressing against my nostrils. Outside, the city was breathing, indifferent to the small tragedies that had unfolded along this very line. I clenched my fists until the knuckles turned white, the coldness inside me thick and unyielding. I had spent the last 6 weeks chasing shadows, trying to connect dots that no one else seemed to notice. All those accidents, each one a jigsaw piece in a puzzle only I was desperate to solve. Every Tuesday, exactly at 7:15 p.m., something happened on the subway line. A spill, a fall, a near miss with a closing door. No one else saw the pattern. Or maybe they saw it and chose to look away. I couldn't tell which was worse. Tonight was the night. The 7th Tuesday since I started watching, since I started predicting. I was going to stop it. I had to. I rubbed my temples, tasting the stale air, sharp with the faintest hint of metal and sweat. The passengers around me were a blur, faces glazed with exhaustion or distraction, headphones in, eyes fixed on screens or books. None of them noticed the tension coiling inside me like a spring ready to snap. My phone vibrated. A message from Ella. "Are you coming home soon? Dinner's cold." I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat tightening. Ella. My anchor. My reason for not falling completely apart. I wanted to tell her I was safe, that I'd cracked the code, that it was over. But all I could do was type back slowly, deliberately. Almost. Need a few more minutes. The train jolted as it entered the next station, the screech of the brakes slicing through the usual murmur. I glanced at the clock on the wall, 7:12 p.m. My heart hammered. The next 3 minutes would decide everything. I scanned the car, eyes flicking over the crowd like a hawk. There she was, a woman in a bright red scarf, standing near the doors. I recognized her from the news footage of last week's accident, the one where a suitcase had toppled, sending her sprawling into the gap between the train and platform. She looked nervous, biting her lip, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. I stood up, moving closer. "Excuse me," I said quietly, voice low enough not to draw attention. "Are you okay?" She glanced at me, startled, like I'd broken into a private moment. "Yes, I'm fine," she said, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Do you come here every Tuesday?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. Her eyes flicked away. "Sometimes." The train lurched again. I felt my pulse spike. "You don't have to be alone," I said, stepping closer. "Something's been happening on this line. I think it's dangerous." She swallowed hard, then nodded, a flicker of relief crossing her face. "I'm scared," she admitted. A sudden jolt threw us both off balance, and my hand brushed hers. The warmth was real, grounding. "We'll figure it out," I said, more to convince myself than her. The doors slid open at the next station. I motioned for her to get off. "Come with me. Let's find some light. Some safety." Outside, the night air was sharp and cold, smelling of rain that hadn't fallen yet. The station was nearly empty, the usual clatter of footsteps replaced by an eerie stillness. The flickering fluorescent lights overhead cast long shadows that pulled in corners, swallowing the edges of the platform whole. We walked side by side, the woman, her name was Mara, talking in hushed tones about the strange incidents she'd witnessed. People fainting, sudden panic attacks, moments of disorientation that led to accidents. She wasn't the only one, she said. Others had noticed. But no one wanted to admit it. Not publicly. I listened, my mind racing. It wasn't just bad luck or commuter fatigue. Someone was orchestrating this. But why? And how? Mara looked at me, eyes wide and honest. I don't know if I should trust you, she whispered. But I don't want to be next. Neither did I. We agreed to meet again, promising to share everything we learned. As she disappeared into the dark streets, I felt a strange mix of hope and dread. I wasn't alone anymore, but the danger was closer than ever. Back in my apartment, I sat at the kitchen table, the silence pressing down like a heavy blanket. The air smelled faintly of burnt toast and cold coffee. My hands trembled as I pulled out the notebook I'd been filling with observations, timelines, and faces. Then the phone rang. I jumped, nearly knocking the cup over. The caller ID was blocked. Hello? A voice, calm and deliberate, spoke on the other end. You're getting too close. The line went dead. My breath hitched. The room seemed colder, the shadows deeper. I pressed my palm to the table, trying to steady myself. That night, I lay awake listening to the city's distant hum. The weight of what I'd uncovered pressed down like the ceiling itself might cave in. I thought of Ella, waiting for me, oblivious to the danger threading its way through my life. Morning came, soft and gray. I met Mara again, and together we pieced together the last fragments of the puzzle. The incidents weren't random. They were deliberate disruptions, someone exploiting the rush, the crowd, the chaos. It turned out to be a group targeting specific individuals, people tied to a corporate scandal that had gone unnoticed. They manipulated schedules, planted obstacles, and triggered panic through whispered rumors and carefully timed distractions. I couldn't believe it at first. The idea that human cruelty could be so calculated, so cold. We took our findings to the authorities. It wasn't easy. There was skepticism, bureaucratic delays, and a sense that this was too complicated to untangle. But the proof was there. Weeks later, arrests were made. The subway line returned to its usual rhythm, the accident stopped. The city exhaled. I stood on the platform one evening, the red scarf long gone from the crowd. The hum of the train was no longer a threat but a steady pulse of life. Ella was beside me, holding my hand, her presence warm and real. I realized then how fragile everything was, the line between safety and chaos, trust and suspicion, hope and fear. And how sometimes the most terrifying monsters weren't shadows or ghosts, but the people hidden in plain sight. I didn't know if I'd ever stop watching, stop worrying. But I did know one thing, I was no longer alone in the dark. The city moved on. So did I. Story 3, Misplaced Reality, Objects Shift Between Worlds. I woke up to the smell of coffee, not my usual instant brand but the rich, dark roast my neighbor left in our shared kitchen. I sat up, rubbed my face with rough palms, and glanced around the room. My keys were on the kitchen counter. Right where I left them last night, or so I thought. Except, they hadn't been there when I went to bed. I remembered locking the door, tossing my keys into the bowl on the hallway table near the entrance, the one I never really liked but kept because it was too small to gather clutter. I never put them on the counter. I'm careful about that. I always am. I wanted to shake off the feeling, tell myself I was just tired or distracted. Maybe I'd absent-mindedly grabbed the keys before going to bed and set them down without thinking. But then there was my phone, too. Lying face up beside the keys, screen dim but unlocked. I would never leave my phone out overnight like that. It always went on the charger in the bedroom. I pressed the power button. The screen flickered, then showed the time, 6:17 a.m. I ran a hand through my hair, sticky with sweat despite the cool morning air. The hum of the refrigerator was steady, a dull bass note that usually comforted me but now felt intrusive. I felt like I was missing something. I checked the hallway table. Empty. No keys, no phone. Just a pile of mail from yesterday, mostly bills and a flyer for a new pizza place down the block. The flyer was damp at the edges, as if someone had spilled water on it. Confused, I picked up the keys from the counter, turning them over in my hand. The cold metal was solid, familiar. The small scratch near the base where the paint had chipped away, my own doing, from dropping them once on the concrete floor outside the building. It was the same set. I told myself I'd just misplaced them, that this was normal absent-mindedness. But the unease stuck in my throat, a small stone that refused to dissolve. I brewed a cup of coffee, the one that had been left on the stove, and sat by the window, watching the street below. The city was waking up with its usual clatter, a distant siren, the rumble of buses, footsteps on cracked pavement. The sky was a muted gray, promising rain but not yet delivering it. I checked my phone again. No missed calls, no messages. The battery was at 50%, which was odd because I always charged it overnight. I glanced back at the charger in the bedroom. The cable was unplugged, coiled neatly on the nightstand. How had my phone gotten to the counter? I tried to recall if I'd gone to the kitchen at some point during the night. Nothing. No memories. Just the usual fragmented dreams about my old apartment, the one I left months ago. I decided to check the building's security camera footage. I had access through the landlord's portal, mostly to check on deliveries or see if the cleaning crew had been by. The cameras covered the lobby, the stairwells, the hallway outside my door. Nothing fancy, grainy black and white images refreshed every few seconds. I loaded the footage from last night, scrolling back to the hour when I'd gone to bed. My reflection appeared in the lobby mirror as I locked the door and headed up the stairs. I watched myself move slow, deliberate, keys in hand. Then the footage jumped forward. I kept watching, eyes narrowing. There I was, placing my keys on the hallway table, at least, that's what the footage showed. But it contradicted what I'd seen this morning. The table was empty. Then, a few minutes later, the camera showed me walking back into the apartment, but the keys were nowhere in sight. I rewound and played it again, faster this time, heart thudding. On the grainy screen, my figure paused, reached out, and set the keys down. I could see the slight hesitation in my movement, a pause that felt unnatural. Like I wasn't sure where I was going or what I was doing. I leaned back in my chair, hands trembling slightly. The air smelled colder now, damp with the promise of rain. The faint buzz of a fluorescent light flickered overhead, casting brief shadows that danced across the peeling paint on the wall. I tried to shake my head. Okay, brain, I muttered aloud, just tired. You put them there. You know you did. But the certainty was gone, replaced by a creeping doubt that settled like a fog in my chest. I checked the other cameras. Nothing else seemed out of place. No one else in the hallway, no unfamiliar faces in the lobby. The building was quiet, too quiet. I closed the laptop and stood up, stretching muscles stiff from sitting too long. The keys jangled softly in my hand. I walked to the hallway table, set them down again, then moved to the bedroom to plug in my phone. The cable slipped easily into the port, and the screen lit up with the charging symbol. As I turned away, the back of my mind whispered something I couldn't quite catch. A warning, or maybe just a trick of the restless morning. I stepped outside to get the mail, the air, cold and heavy with silence cool against my skin. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, sharp and sudden, then silence. Complete silence. The mail slot was empty except for a single envelope addressed to me, no return address. I opened it with fingers that were suddenly cold. Inside was a note, typed on plain white paper. "You're not where you think you are." I folded the note carefully, heart skipping. The city carried on around me, indifferent and sprawling. The rain finally began to fall, slow and steady, washing over the cracked pavement and the scattered leaves. And I stood there, keys in one hand, phone in the other, wondering what I was missing. The rain had settled into a steady rhythm by the time I stepped back inside, the note folded carefully in my pocket. I dropped the envelope onto the kitchen table and stared at it for a long moment, my fingers tracing the edges without unfolding the note again. "You're not where you think you are." The words echoed in my mind, simple but unsettling. I kept turning them over, trying to catch some hidden meaning, but all I got was that cold little knot tightening in my stomach. I brewed coffee, the bitter aroma filling the tiny kitchen, grounding me just enough. The machine gurgled and hissed, a small comfort in the growing tension. I pulled my phone from the charger and stared at the screen, fully charged, but something about it felt off. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd misplaced it again, even though it was right there. I wasn't imagining it. The footage from the building's security cameras proved otherwise. Watching myself place the phone on the kitchen counter, then finding it an hour later in the hallway. Keys disappearing and reappearing in the fridge, on the bathroom sink, sometimes in the pocket of a jacket I hadn't worn in days. My movements, my actions, slipping through time like a cracked mirror reflecting a distorted version of reality. I sat down and pulled my laptop toward me. The security footage was stored on a shared drive for residents. I'd spent hours the night before combing through it. The strangest part wasn't just the misplacements, it was how the recording showed me doing things I didn't remember. Actions that didn't match what I thought I'd done. Like I was watching a version of myself living a different day, one that overlapped with mine but slipped just out of sync. I clicked through the timestamps again, the grainy black and white image of the hallway flickering on the screen. There I was, the same clothes, same tired eyes, but the behavior was wrong. I reached for my keys on the counter, then set them on the floor. But when I found them later, they were back on the counter. I rewound, watched the clip again, no explanation. No one else in the frame. Just me, shifting like a ghost caught in a loop. A soft knock on the door startled me. I froze, heart jumping. Who would be visiting at this hour in the rain? I glanced at the clock, almost midnight. The sound came again, lighter this time, hesitant. I hesitated, then moved cautiously to the peephole. A man stood outside, drenched, his umbrella useless against the downpour. His face was familiar, but I couldn't place it at first. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Hey, sorry to bother you this late," he said, voice low, but the power's been flickering all over the building. "They're sending someone to check the panels. I'm just letting residents know." I nodded, still uneasy. "Thanks." I hadn't heard anything. He glanced at the security camera mounted above the door, then back at me. "You might want to keep an eye on your stuff. There's been a few reports of odd things happening around here lately." Odd things? The phrase felt like a jab, a warning thinly disguised. I swallowed hard. "Thanks for the heads up." He tipped his head, lingering a moment longer. "If you see anything strange, don't hesitate to call the building manager." Then he turned, disappearing into the night, the rain swallowing him whole. I locked the door and leaned against it, breathing out slowly. A warning from a stranger, or just coincidence? I wasn't sure anymore. The fact that someone else noticed strange things too made the invisible walls closing in around me even more real. Sitting back at the table, I pulled the note out again. "You're not where you think you are." What if it wasn't just about the keys or the phone? What if the whole building, the whole street, even my own memories were scrambled? My phone buzzed suddenly, sharp in the quiet room. I jumped, then saw the screen, unknown number. Hesitating, I answered. "Are you watching the footage?" The voice was calm but edged with something urgent. "You're not alone in this. You have to trust what you see. The shifts will get worse." I pressed the speaker button, trying to steady my voice. "Who is this?" "No name," the voice replied, then the line went dead. I stared at the phone, a cold sweat breaking out across my skin. The room felt colder now, the shadows cast by the kitchen light long and twisting like fingers. My hands trembled, and I clenched them into fists. This wasn't just about misplaced keys anymore. Something else was happening, something I hadn't yet figured out, but that was closing in fast. I pulled the laptop closer and reopened the footage, scanning through the hours with a new urgency. The camera caught me again, but this time, I noticed something I hadn't before, a figure standing just beyond the frame, obscured by shadows. The grainy image made it impossible to see clearly, but the shape was unmistakable, tall, still, watching. I rewound and played again, heart pounding. The figure didn't move, didn't react. Just waited. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. Had I imagined it? No, there it was again. The cold rain tapping against the window sounded like a countdown. I shut the laptop quickly. No use staring at shadows for answers. I needed to move, to find something concrete. I checked the kitchen drawers, the pockets of my coat, the hallway shelves everywhere the keys and phone had appeared. Nothing unusual except for the lingering feeling of being watched. I grabbed my coat and stepped outside, the rain soaking through to my skin. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting a jaundiced glow on the wet pavement. The city felt different tonight, distant, hostile. I walked toward the building's lobby, where the power panels were supposed to be. The door to the maintenance room was ajar. I pushed it open, the smell of damp metal and old wiring hitting me like a wall. Inside, the panels blinked erratically, the hum of electricity uneven. I flicked on my phone flashlight, scanning the room. A loose panel hung open, wires tangled and exposed. Someone had been here recently. Or maybe they were still here. A sudden noise from the hallway made me drop the phone light to the floor. Footsteps, slow and deliberate. I froze, breath caught in my throat. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. "Hello?" I called out, voice shaking slightly. No answer. The door creaked open wider. A shadow moved into the room, tall and silent. The same shape from the footage, now unmistakably close. My heart slammed against my ribs, every instinct screaming to run. But my feet stayed rooted. The figure stepped forward and then, just as quickly, retreated into the dark hallway. I blinked, and it was gone. Only the buzzing lights and the faint scent of rain remained. I wanted to tell myself it was nothing. A trick of the light, the stress getting to me. But deep down, I knew the storm was just beginning. The air in the maintenance room still smelled like damp metal and burnt plastic, but now it carried a new weight, a cold certainty that I wasn't alone in this building, and I wasn't just losing my mind. The shadow I'd seen moments ago might have slipped away, but the pulse of fear it left behind was relentless. My hands trembled slightly as I bent down to retrieve my phone from the floor, its screen cracked but still glowing faintly. The flashlight had gone out during the scuffle of dropping it. I tapped the screen until the light flickered back on, casting long, uneven shadows against the peeling paint on the walls. The silence pressed in again. No footsteps this time. Just the low hum of the unstable electrical panels, struggling to keep the building's veins alive. I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and stale air thick on my tongue. I needed answers. I needed to understand what the hell was happening. I crouched by the open panel, fingers hovering over the tangled wires. Someone had definitely been here, maybe even tampered with the system deliberately. But why? What were they trying to do? Cut the power or something else? The idea made my skin crawl. I pulled out my phone and opened the security footage app again. The last clips I had reviewed all showed me doing things that made no sense. Placing my keys on the kitchen counter when I clearly left them in the bathroom just minutes before. Dropping my phone in the couch cushions, only to find it later on the windowsill, exactly where I hadn't put it. Every video clip felt like a glitch in time, a paradox I couldn't explain. But tonight's footage was different. I replayed the last few seconds before the shadow appeared. There I was, standing at the entrance to the maintenance room. I stepped inside, phone flashlight on. Then, another version of me, exactly the same clothes, same hesitant movements, emerged from the hallway behind the door, slipping in just before the shadow crossed the frame. Two of me in one place. That was impossible. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. The grainy footage felt like a bad dream, but it was real. I'd seen it with my own eyes. Two versions of myself, overlapping in the same moment. My fingers shook as I scrolled back, looking for anything else out of place. Then I noticed something I'd missed before, a timestamp glitch. The clocks on the footage jumped back and forth by a few seconds, sometimes even minutes, as if the camera itself couldn't keep up with the events. I leaned back against the wall, heart pounding hard enough to echo in my ears. This wasn't just forgetting where I left my stuff. This was something bigger. Something I couldn't explain with logic. The door creaked again. I jerked upright, phone raised like a shield. The shadow was back, but this time it stayed in the hallway, just out of reach of the dim light. I could see a faint outline, a man, tall, slim, wearing a dark jacket. His face hidden in shadows. "Who are you?" I said, voice barely above a whisper. No reply. "Why are you doing this to me?" The words slipped out before I could stop them. The figure took a slow step forward. Then another. The uneven floorboards creaked beneath his feet. My pulse slammed against my throat. I wanted to run, but my legs didn't obey. He stopped just at the edge of the light. I could see now, eyes sharp, scanning, calculating. Like he was watching me unravel. "You don't understand," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "This isn't normal." He didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small device, something that looked like a remote control with a single blinking red button. My stomach flipped. "What is that?" I demanded. He didn't respond, just pressed the button. The lights in the room flickered violently, then died completely. The sudden darkness was suffocating, and I could hear the faint buzz of electricity cutting out somewhere deeper in the building. I fumbled for my phone, but the battery was dead. The screen was black. I was plunged into the kind of silence that presses against your eardrums. Then a voice. Quiet, measured, almost mocking. "Look closer," he said. Suddenly, a small screen on the device lit up, showing a live feed from one of the security cameras. You probably think I'm imagining things. I recognized the angle immediately. It was the hallway outside the maintenance room. And there on the screen, trapped in the grainy black and white feed, was me. Only, I wasn't alone. There was a second figure with me, another shadow, almost a mirror image. The one I'd seen just moments ago. But the thing that froze me was what the man said next. "You think it's a glitch. You think you're losing track. But it's not random." My mind spun. "What do you want from me?" He smiled faintly, almost sad. You're part of something now. There's no going back. I swallowed, the cold settling deep in my bones. Why? I whispered. Because you've crossed the point of no return. I was trapped. Not just by the shadow in front of me, but by the shifting, fractured reality that had become my life. The keys, the phone, the impossible footage, it was all connected, and I was the center of it. The man stepped forward, the small screen still glowing in his hand. You need to understand what you're really dealing with. It's not about losing your stuff. It's about control. About time. About who gets to decide what's real. I wanted to argue, to run, to scream. But the walls of the maintenance room felt like they were closing in, the stale air thick with tension and fear. He pressed the button again. The screen flickered, showing a new feed, this one from the lobby cameras. And there, moving slowly through the building, were more shadows. Not quite human, not quite anything I recognized. They weren't on any footage I'd seen before. They're watching, he said quietly. You're not the only one slipping through moments. And once you start, there's no pause, no rewind. My breath caught. I looked down at my hands empty, trembling. The man's eyes locked onto mine. Your keys, your phone, they're just the beginning. You're already part of this. I wanted to ask how, why, what it meant. But the words stuck in my throat. Because deep down, I knew. I had crossed the point of no return. And now, there was no way out. The door behind him slammed shut. Silence. Complete silence. Then the lights flickered back on, steady and bright. He was gone. But the device lay on the floor at my feet, still pulsing with that eerie red light. Shadows clung to the corners of the room, swallowing the faint hum of the old heater as dawn struggled to break through the grime-streaked window. The device lay on the floor, its dull red pulse like a heartbeat in the dead silence. I stared at it, every nerve taut, every breath shallow. The man was gone. Just like that. The door slammed shut behind him, and I was alone again, but the weight of his words hung over me. You're already part of this. How? Why? I wanted to rip those questions from my chest, but nothing came out. Only a dry, rasping silence. The air smelled stale, like old sweat and forgotten corners. My fingers trembled as I reached down and picked up the device. It was heavier than I expected, cold and slick with a faint oily residue. I could hear the buildings hum, the distant drip of water somewhere far off, and something else. A faint creak, the softest shuffle from the hallway outside. I froze. I pressed the button again, the screen flickering to life. Static, then the lobby feed. The shadows were still there, those shapes that weren't quite human, moving with a slow, unnatural crawl. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising like a shiver in the summer heat. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. No, I wasn't imagining it. I slid the device back into my pocket and crossed to the door, hand on the knob. I hesitated, hearing that movement again, closer now. A slow, deliberate shuffle. I couldn't tell if it was footsteps or something else. The hairs on the back of my neck stood straight. I opened the door just a crack. Nothing. The hallway was empty, but the overhead light flickered, casting long, shaky shadows that danced like flames. I stepped out, heart hammering, and the stale air hit me like a wall. The faint smell of damp concrete mixed with the acrid tang of something burnt. No windows here, no fresh air. Just cold, stale, and dark. I moved toward the lobby, trying to keep my breathing steady. The device felt like a stone in my pocket, a tether to this nightmare. I wanted answers, or maybe just to see if I was losing my mind. At the entrance, the security monitors blinked. I leaned in, fingers brushing the glass. On the screen, me. Not the me standing there, but the me on the footage, placing my keys on the counter. No, wait, on the radiator. Then, a second later, the keys vanished from that spot and appeared on the floor beside the trash can. My phone did the same thing. I watched, dumbfounded, as my reflection slipped through time like water through a sieve. I heard a soft voice behind me. "You're looking for the truth, aren't you?" I spun around. The man from before stood in the shadows near the elevators, his face half hidden in darkness. "Where did you go?" I asked, voice tight. He smiled thinly. "Somewhere you can't follow." His eyes gleamed with something I couldn't place. Danger? Sadness? "You're deeper in this than you think. The keys, the phone, they're markers. Signs that you're slipping." I swallowed, trying to keep my voice steady. "Slipping how?" He stepped closer, the light catching the lines of his face. "Between moments. Between reality. You think you're here, but you're already somewhere else. And they're watching, always watching." I glanced back at the monitors. The shadows moved again, creeping along the walls as if searching for something. My stomach twisted. "Who are they?" He shook his head, a bitter laugh escaping. "Not who. What? Not people, not ghosts. Something worse, indifference. Forces that don't care if you exist or vanish. You're just noise to them." I felt like my throat was closing. "Why me?" "Because you noticed. Because you're trying to hold on. Most don't see the cracks until it's too late." The overhead light flickered violently, and a low groan vibrated through the building's pipes. The man looked up sharply. "We don't have much time." Before I could ask what he meant, the emergency alarm blared, shrill and deafening. Red lights flashed. I covered my ears, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones piercing every corner of my brain. The man grabbed my arm, dragging me toward the stairs. "Not safe here. They're moving in." "Who? What?" "No time," he said, voice urgent. "You need to get out before it's too late." The stairwell was a cage of concrete and metal, cold and echoing with every step. We descended 3 flights, the alarm's wail fading behind us but replaced by something worse, the distant sound of footsteps, slow and purposeful, following us. I looked back. Nothing. Just shadows again, but I could feel ice drilling into my back. We burst out into the alley, the night air crisp and biting. The city smelled different here, wet asphalt, garbage, the faint metallic tang of rust. I gasped, relief flooding me, but it was short-lived. From the darkness, a figure emerged. Tall, featureless in the dim light, moving with the same slow crawl I'd seen on the monitors. My heart slammed against my ribs. The man pulled me behind a dumpster. "Stay quiet," he whispered. The figure stopped nearby, swaying slightly as if trying to listen. I tasted dust and fear. My skin crawled. The figure's head twitched, then it moved on, disappearing into the night. I exhaled, shaking. What was that? He looked at me, eyes sharp now. Not human, but they're here. They've been here all along, watching you slip through the cracks. And now, they want to pull you under. I tried to steady my hands, the cold biting into my fingers. What do I do? He hesitated, then pulled a small notebook from his jacket. This, he said, flipping it open. Every time your keys or phone move without you, it's a fracture in time. You need to document it. Keep track. The more you understand, the more you can fight back. Fight back? Against what? Shadows? He gave a grim smile. Against losing yourself. Against becoming a ghost. I looked down at the device in my pocket. The red light pulsed steadily, like a countdown. Can you fix this? I asked. He shook his head. No one can fix it. You just survive it. And maybe, if you're lucky, find a way back. A sudden noise made us both freeze. From the alley's entrance, another figure appeared, this one more human, but with eyes too cold to be friendly. Looks like you brought company, the man said quietly. The stranger's gaze locked on me. You're the one messing with time, aren't you? I swallowed hard. I don't know what you mean. He stepped closer, voice low and dangerous. Don't play dumb. We've been watching you. You think you're the only one slipping? You're not special. But you're a problem. The man beside me crawled softly, stepping between us. Back off. The stranger's lips twisted into a smirk. Or what? You'll disappear too. A tension filled the air, cold and heavy with silence, thick and suffocating. I could taste the metallic bite of fear on my tongue, feel my pulse thrumming in my ears. The stranger's eyes flicked to the device bulging in my pocket. You don't know what you're holding, he said. But I do. And I want it. The man grabbed my arm again. Run. We tore down the alley, the stranger's footsteps pounding behind us. The city felt alien, hostile. Every shadow could hide a threat. Every sound set my nerves on edge. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but I didn't stop. Not until we reached a crowded streetlight, where people moved without noticing the chaos just a block away. The man pulled me into a doorway, panting. We have to keep moving. You can't stay here. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. The device in my pocket felt heavier than ever, a constant reminder that this was no longer just about keys and phones. It was about survival. About holding onto the fragile thread of reality before it snapped completely. And somewhere behind us, in the dark, I knew the stranger was still coming. The alley was cold and dark, the kind of cold that seeps through the jacket and bites at your skin even when you stand still. The stranger's smirk was a slash of something ugly against the night. I could smell the damp concrete, faintly sour, mixed with the sharp tang of gasoline from a cracked can nearby. The man beside me tensed, his breath shallow, eyes flicking between the newcomer and me. The red light on the device in my pocket pulsed, steady and unyielding, like a heartbeat I couldn't stop. Disappear? The man said, voice low but firm. You don't get to threaten him. The stranger shrugged, a slow, casual movement that didn't match the cold menace in his eyes. Not a threat. Just stating facts. You slipped through time, but you're bleeding through the cracks. It's contagious. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. What do you want? He stepped closer, the sound of his boots scraping on gravel sharp in the silence. I want this to end. For you to stop disrupting the flow. You're tearing at something we all rely on, whether you know it or not. The man beside me, let's call him Jack, shifted his weight, ready to move. But I raised a hand. Wait. My voice was steadier than I expected. What exactly is this? What is happening to me? The stranger's eyes narrowed. You're not the first. Not the only one. People like us, people who can slip through moments, are rare, but we exist. It's a burden, not a gift. You're fracturing your reality, and soon, you won't even know what's real. Jack's jaw clenched. We don't have to accept that. You can fight it. The stranger laughed, dry and humorless. Fight? Against what? Time itself? You think it's a game? Maybe it's not, I muttered, more to myself than anyone else. A moment passed, thick and heavy. Then the stranger took a step back. Look, I'm not here to hurt you. We want to help, in a way. But not if you keep dragging this thing out. I glanced down at the device again. The red light was slower now, like a breath. Help how? He hesitated, then said, there's a process. Not guaranteed. Dangerous. But it can stabilize you. Keep you anchored. Jack looked at me, eyes sharp. It won't fix everything, but it might buy you time. The stranger's gaze didn't waver. If you want it. The alley felt narrower suddenly, the walls closing in. My hands trembled where I held the device. For weeks, I'd been chasing answers, watching myself on those screens, trying to piece together a puzzle that didn't seem to fit. Now, here it was, an offer. A chance to stop slipping, or at least slow it down. Okay, I said, voice almost a whisper. I'll try. The stranger nodded, then disappeared into the shadows as quickly as he'd come, leaving Jack and me alone in the quiet alley. The night air felt heavier, colder. The next day, I woke with a strange clarity, like the fog inside my head had lifted just a little. Jack was waiting outside my apartment when I stepped out, the morning sun casting long shadows on the cracked pavement. We've got a place to go, he said, eyes scanning the street. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere no one's watching. I followed him, the device still tucked in my pocket, its red light barely pulsing now. The city felt different, less hostile. But maybe that was just me. Maybe I was fooling myself. We arrived at an old building on the edge of town, a place that smelled of dust and forgotten years. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of old paper and wood polish. Jack led me to a small room, bare except for a chair and a low table holding a battered laptop. He sat me down and booted it up. This is where it starts. The process. But you have to understand, it's not about magic or miracles. It's about control. About retraining your mind to hold on to the present. I nodded, swallowing a lump in my throat. How long? Depends. Could be hours, days, maybe weeks. You'll have to fight the pull, the urge to slip, to disappear. We began with the footage, the same security tapes I'd been obsessing over. Only now, Jack guided me through them, pointing out small details I'd never noticed, the subtle shifts in lighting, the faint sounds that didn't match the visuals, the moments where the timeline seemed just off enough to unsettle you. Your mind is trying to fill the gaps, he explained. But it's also creating cracks where there shouldn't be any. I watched myself place my keys on the kitchen counter, then suddenly find them in the fridge an hour later. The confusion, the disorientation, it wasn't just in the footage. It was happening inside me, like a slow unraveling. Days passed. My world narrowed to the small room, the laptop screen, and Jack's steady presence. The outside blurred voices from the hallway, the distant hum of traffic, the scent of rain on the window pane. I learned to focus on the now, to anchor myself in the sensory details, the rough texture of the chair's fabric, the faint taste of stale coffee on my tongue, the sharp scent of cleaning spray lingering in the air. Sometimes, the slipping would come, a dizzying sensation like falling backward through memories that weren't mine. But I caught myself more often than before. The device's light dimmed further, as if the fight was working. One evening, Jack sat across from me, exhaustion shadowing his face. "You're holding on," he said quietly. "That's all anyone can do." I tried to smile but felt the weight of everything pressing down. "What happens if I don't?" He looked away, voice low. You fade into nothing. Or worse, you get stuck somewhere between moments, trapped in a loop. Silence. Complete silence. Story 4, Self-Sent Threats, Haunted by Digital Doppelgangers. The slow hum of the refrigerator was the only sound in my apartment, aside from the occasional creak of the old pipes rattling somewhere behind the walls. I wasn't expecting anything unusual to happen that night. My life was, if anything, boring these days. I worked a desk job in a building that smelled like stale coffee and recycled air, came home, watched some shows, and went to bed. Nothing worth writing home about. Not that anyone would read it if I did. Still, the moment my inbox pinged, I felt a flicker of something, unease, maybe, or just curiosity. I reached over and clicked. The email was from my own address. That was odd, but not unheard of. People spoofed email addresses all the time. Spam filters got tricked. I was about to delete it when I noticed the subject line, "Remember what you told me?" I blinked, and my fingers hovered over the mouse. I didn't recall telling anyone anything recently, at least nothing worth reminding me about. The message preview was just a few words. You promised you wouldn't forget. I swallowed. The room suddenly felt colder, though the heater was on full blast. The curtains fluttered slightly from a breeze at the cracked window. I didn't remember opening that. I clicked the email open. The message wasn't long, maybe 2 sentences. I'm watching. You can't hide from what you said in the dark. A chill ran down my spine, and I leaned back in my chair, the plastic creaking beneath me. The words didn't make sense. I hadn't told anyone anything like that. At least, no one I trusted. My breath came out uneven, almost audible in the stillness. For a moment, I thought maybe I was imagining things. Maybe someone was playing a practical joke. Or maybe I had sent it to myself in a sleep-deprived haze. I tried to shake it off. Probably a hack, or a bot, or someone messing with me for kicks. I closed the email, but the uneasy feeling lingered, like a shadow in the corner of the room that didn't quite belong. I glanced at the clock. 12:17 a.m. I should have gone to bed hours ago. The room was too quiet now, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. A faint tapping sound drew my attention to the window again. Tap. 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 I looked up just in time to see a loose shutter banging softly against the frame. I pushed it closed, but the sound stayed in my head. I tried to focus on something else. I opened my browser and went to my bank account, just to check the balance and remind myself life was still normal. The numbers were fine. No unusual transactions. Good. But then I noticed my email was still open in another tab. The inbox had refreshed. One new message. From me. Subject, you're not alone. I didn't click. I couldn't. My hands trembled slightly as I reached for my phone to call a friend, anyone really. But the screen stayed black. Dead battery. Great. I leaned back again and rubbed my eyes. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe I was reading too much into nothing. Still, the idea that someone could send emails from my own account, saying things only I should know, made my skin crawl. It wasn't just a prank anymore. I thought back to last week. The small things I dismissed. The odd text messages that arrived late at night, from unknown numbers, with nothing but random words or single letters. The feeling that someone was following me during my evening walks, though I never saw anyone. The way my apartment door sometimes felt slightly ajar, even when I was sure I'd locked it tight. I told myself I was being paranoid. I really did. But the email was proof that something was off. Someone was inside my digital life. Someone who knew me well enough to twist my own words against me. I heard the tap again. Tap. 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 Not the shutter this time. Something softer but deliberate. Like fingertips brushing glass. I froze, staring at the window. Outside, the streetlights cast dull pools of yellow onto the sidewalk. No one was there. No movement. I got up, slowly, my feet cold on the warm linoleum. I pulled the curtain aside just enough to peek out. Nothing. Nothing at all. My phone buzzed on the table. I jumped, heart hammering. I grabbed it, expecting the battery to be dead, but the screen lit up instantly. A text message. From my own number. Look outside. I didn't want to. Every instinct screamed at me to stay inside, to lock the door and hide under the covers. But I did it anyway. Slowly, I pulled back the curtain the rest of the way. The street was empty. The wind whispered through the bare branches of the trees, carrying the faint scent of rain on asphalt. The street lamp flickered above, casting a brief shadow that looked like a person, but when I blinked, it was gone. I closed the curtain and locked every window and door again, twice. Then I sat back down at the table, my hand shaking as I opened the email once more. Another message had arrived. Same sender, me. Subject, you left something behind. I didn't want to open it, but I did. Inside was a single photo, grainy and dark. It showed the back of my head, taken from the street outside my building. Standing just beyond the lamplight, a figure blurred but unmistakably there. Watching. I swallowed hard. I shivered. The room felt colder again, though the heater was still humming softly. The phone buzzed once more. This time, a voicemail. From a number I didn't recognize. I pressed play. A voice, low and steady, but distorted just enough to be unsettling. Do you remember what you said in the dark? Because I do. Silence. Complete silence. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to do. My life, my safe little bubble, was cracking. And I had no idea who was on the other side of the screen, watching, waiting, pulling the strings. I wanted to believe it was a sick joke. I really did. But somewhere deep in my chest, a slow, cold dread was settling in. And it wasn't going away. I sat frozen for a long while, the phone slipping from my fingers onto the couch beside me. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, each second dragging out. I tried to tell myself it was a prank, a sick person with too much time and too few boundaries. But the voice on the voicemail felt too intimate, too precise. Do you remember what you said in the dark? Because I do. How could they know? What had I said? I lit a cigarette, the smoke curling up and filling the space between my thoughts. It was an old habit I thought I'd kicked, but tonight it felt necessary. The taste was bitter, sharp enough to cut through the thick knot in my stomach. I tried replaying the memory, the last night before all this started. Something about the darkness, a conversation maybe, but the details slipped away like smoke. I forced myself to move. The laptop sat closed on the table, as if daring me to open it again. Against every instinct, I flipped it open. The screen blinked to life, the blue glow harsh in the dim room. The inbox was empty. No new messages. No signs of the last email or voicemail. I pulled up the sent folder. There it was, the email with the photo, sent from my own address. But the timestamp was odd, 2 minutes ago, even though I hadn't touched the laptop in hours. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, trembling. Who else had access? I checked the account activity. The list was long, but one entry caught my eye, a login from a location I didn't recognize, timestamped just before the email went out. Somewhere miles away, someone had hacked in. I closed the laptop, heart thudding. This wasn't just a game. Someone was inside my digital life, watching me, manipulating every part of it. I needed help, but who? I didn't want to involve the police, not yet. What would I say? Someone is sending emails from my account, threatening me with memories I can't even remember? It sounded crazy. And besides, what if the person behind this was closer than I thought? Someone who could make it worse by knowing I was asking questions. I grabbed my coat and headed outside, the cold air a shock after the stifling apartment. The street was quiet, the distant hum of traffic a low murmur beneath the occasional bark of a dog. I walked aimlessly, trying to clear my head. The street lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows that seemed to move just beyond my peripheral vision. My phone buzzed again. I pulled it out, heart sinking. Another email. Same sender, me. Subject, look closer. I opened it. Inside was a screenshot of my bank account page, the balance visible, along with recent transactions. But one entry was highlighted, a withdrawal I hadn't made, dated the day before. A small amount, barely noticeable, but enough to prove someone was siphoning money. Someone who had access to everything. I stared at the screen, mouth dry. My hands trembled, the cold biting through my gloves. The reality was sinking in faster than I could process. This wasn't just about secrets or threats. It was about control. I called Sarah, my closest friend from college. She was the one person I trusted enough to admit something was wrong without sounding insane. After a few rings, she picked up, her voice warm but tired. "Hey, you okay? You sound off." I hesitated, swallowing hard. "Sarah, I need your help. Something's happening. Someone's messing with my email. They sent me a photo of me outside my building. And now they're showing me my bank account. They've been in my accounts. I don't know what to do." She was silent for a moment. "That's awful. Are you safe? Have you told anyone else?" "No. I don't want to overreact. But I think they're watching me. Maybe following me. Did you call the bank? Freeze your accounts?" "I'm about to. I don't know who to trust." "Okay, listen. First, freeze everything. Then, get your passwords changed. I can help you with the tech stuff. I know a guy who's good with this kind of hacking. We'll figure it out." Relief washed over me, mixed with a fresh wave of anxiety. I wasn't alone, not completely. But that didn't mean the danger was any less real. Back in my apartment, I sat at the kitchen table, laptop open again. Sarah's contact was waiting in my messages, a number with a name I didn't recognize. I called him. "Hello, this is Mark. Sarah told me you might need some help." His voice was calm, professional. I explained, trying to keep my voice steady. Mark asked questions about my devices, recent activity, anything unusual. I gave him access to my account logs remotely, watching as he sifted through the data like a surgeon. "Someone's definitely in there," he said after a while. "Your email's been accessed from multiple IP addresses, some from overseas. This person's patient and careful. They're not just hacking for money, they want to unsettle you." "I already feel like I'm losing my mind," I muttered. Mark chuckled softly. "You're not. And you're not alone. He explained ways to secure my accounts, set up two-factor authentication, and monitor unusual activity. While he worked, I noticed the apartment grow darker, the single overhead bulb flickering, casting uneven shadows on the walls. The heater clicked off suddenly, and a cold rush of air swept through the room. I jumped up to check the window. It was closed tight. The street outside was empty except for a stray cat darting across the sidewalk. But the feeling remained a presence just out of sight. Mark was still on the line. Try to stay calm. We'll track them down. I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. Thanks, Mark. A sudden ping from my laptop cut through the quiet. Another email. Same sender. Subject, you're not as careful as you think. The message contained an address, my workplace. The office building where I spend most of my days, the place I thought was safe. It was marked on a map with a red circle, like a target. I swallowed hard, the room spinning slightly. Sarah's voice echoed in my mind, her promise of help, but I realized it was more than just digital now. The threat had crossed a boundary from the screen into reality. I looked out the window again, the streetlights humming softly, the night thick with possibility and danger. Whoever this was, they knew me. They could reach me. And I had to find out why. But first, I had to survive the night. The heater sputtered back to life, warm air washing over my chilled skin. Outside, the city carried on, oblivious. Inside, I was unraveling, thread by thread. The storm was gathering, and I was standing right in the middle of it. The heater clicked off again. My office. My sanctuary. The place I'd always thought was off limits to this nightmare. I leaned back against the threadbare couch, fingers trembling. The air smelled faintly of burnt coffee and old paper, a scent that usually meant comfort but now tasted like ash. I remembered the way Sarah had looked when she promised help, steady, determined. But I wasn't sure if she knew what I was really up against. Or maybe she did, and that was the part one didn't want to admit. I stared out the window. The streetlights flickered, casting long shadows that reached like fingers across the pavement. A dog barked somewhere far off, sharp and sudden. The night held its breath. Okay, I whispered to myself, voice barely above a breath. Okay. But okay didn't feel okay. Not anymore. I shut the laptop. The room plunged into darkness. My heart hammered in the silence, loud enough to drown out everything else. I tried to think. To plan. But the fog in my head thickened, swirling with all the things I didn't want to face. What if this wasn't just some sick game? What if it was real, right down to the last detail? What if the person behind this knew where I lived, worked, ate lunch? What if they were already watching me, waiting for the perfect moment? I couldn't tell if I was imagining it or not, but I thought I heard a faint creak coming from the hallway outside my apartment. I froze. The sound came again, closer this time. My breath hitched. I reached blindly for the lamp, flicked it on. The hallway was empty. Just the cracked plaster walls and that faint smell of damp paint. I tried the door handle. Locked, as always. But the lock sounded different. Loose. Maybe I was just paranoid. Still, I moved the chair against the door, the legs scraping against the worn floorboards with a harsh, grating sound. For a moment, I considered calling the police. It felt ridiculous, like waving a white flag before the battle even started. Plus, what could I say? Someone's hacking me and sending me emails with my own secrets, and now they've marked my office on a map. It sounded insane, even to me. Instead, I opened my phone and scrolled through my contacts. Sarah's name hovered at the top. I hesitated, thumb hovering above the screen. Then I dialed. Her voice was steady, calm, but tired. "Mark," she said, like she'd been waiting for me to call. "I've been looking into this. It's worse than we thought." I swallowed hard. "How?" "There's a trail. Not just emails. Social media, banking accounts, personal files. Someone's been siphoning everything for months. They're not just watching you, they're rewriting your life." I ran a hand through my hair, the tension knotting my scalp. "But why? What do they want?" Sarah hesitated. "Control. Leverage. Maybe to break you down. Whoever this is, they're patient and they're smart." I closed my eyes, trying to steady the storm inside me. "And the office? The address in the email? That's the part that worries me most. It's not just digital anymore. They've moved physical. I'm checking security cameras around the building. You should stay somewhere else tonight." I laughed bitterly. "And go where? Everywhere feels like a trap. We'll figure it out." "But Mark, you can't ignore this. You're past the point of no return." The words sunk in like a cold weight. Point of no return. I thought I could outrun this. Hide behind passwords and firewalls. But that line had already passed beneath my feet while I wasn't looking. After the call ended, I sat in silence. The city noises filtered through the window, the distant wail of sirens, the low rumble of traffic, the occasional shout carried on the wind. Life went on outside, but inside my apartment, the walls felt like they were closing in. I opened my laptop again. The screen blinked to life, the familiar blue light harsh against my skin. New email. Same sender. Subject line, "Look closer." Inside, a video attachment. I hesitated before clicking it. The footage was grainy, shot from a shaky handheld camera. I recognized the lobby of my office building immediately, the worn tile floor, the flickering fluorescent lights overhead. Then the camera panned upward, slow and deliberate, revealing a figure standing just beyond the glass doors. My breath caught. The person wore a hoodie, their face obscured by shadows. But they held something in their hand, something small and rectangular. A card. They slipped it under the door of the building and waited, watching the entrance. The video ended abruptly. I swallowed hard, the taste of bile rising. That card, it wasn't just a prop. It was an access key. Someone had been inside the building. Someone had gotten past security. I slammed the laptop shut. The sound echoed through the room. I was trapped. No safe spaces left. And then my phone buzzed again. A text this time. "Look behind you." I spun around. Empty room. Just the dim glow of the streetlight filtering through the curtains. My pulse thundered in my ears. The hairs on my neck stood on end. There was no one there. But the message was proof this wasn't just about emails or accounts. This was personal. Someone was inside my life, slipping through the cracks I thought were sealed tight. I thought about calling Sarah back, but my hands shook too much. Instead, I grabbed my jacket and phone, slipped on my shoes. If I stayed, I'd be sitting duck. But where could I go? Outside, the night air hit me like a wave, sharp, cold, real. The city was alive, but I felt utterly alone. I walked without direction, the streets unfamiliar under the harsh glow of street lamps. Every shadow felt like it was watching. I passed the office building. The red circle from the email burned in my mind. Lights flickered inside, as if someone was moving. Or waiting. I stopped. The door was locked. But the card from the video, it could open the door. Someone had a way in. That's when it hit me. This wasn't some random person. This was someone who knew exactly how to get to me, who had access to places only I thought were safe. There was no running from this. No hiding. The digital world had already been breached, and now the physical one was too. I pulled out my phone, fingers trembling as I typed a quick message to Sarah. It's here. At the office. I don't know what to do. A reply came almost instantly. I'm coming. Don't move. The streetlights flickered again. The city hummed behind me, indifferent. And I stood there, caught in the middle of a storm I couldn't stop. The point of no return wasn't just a phrase anymore. It was real. It was now. I had no choice but to face it. The cold metal of the door frame bit into my palm as I pressed the card tighter, willing the lock to click open. I stepped inside, the click of the door sealing shut behind me too loud in the silence. The card had worked, just like the video said it would. Someone had made this. Someone who knew exactly where I was and how to trap me in a place I thought was mine. The floor creaked beneath my shoes. The smell of old coffee and cleaning solvent lingered in the air, a reminder that this place hadn't been abandoned for long. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Sarah. She had to be close. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat making it difficult to think straight. I'm here, I whispered to myself, trying to force calm into my voice. Just wait. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to sprint back into the neon-lit streets where at least the chaos was familiar. But I couldn't. Not now. Not after everything that had been revealed. The emails, the messages, the secrets I'd never told anyone exposed like raw nerves. There was movement ahead. A shadow flickered near the stairwell, too deliberate to be a trick of the light. My heart hammered against my ribs so loudly I could almost hear it in the silence. I took a step forward, then another. The floorboards groaned underfoot. The shadow shifted again, more distinct this time, a figure, low and deliberate. Who's there? My voice broke the stillness, uneven and brittle. No answer. The figure moved faster, a blur against the dim light. I stumbled back, hitting the wall, my hand scraping against the rough plaster. The taste of dust filled my mouth. I was caught between wanting to run and needing to know. The door at the far end of the lobby creaked open, a slow, deliberate sound that made my skin crawl. I glanced toward it, my eyes narrowing. Whoever was here wasn't just watching, they wanted me to see them. Or maybe they wanted to trap me. Sarah, I whispered, pressing my phone to my ear. Where are you? Static. Then a click. No reply. Panic clawed at my chest. The silence was suffocating. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and uneven. Something cold touched my ankle. I jerked my foot back, stumbling over a discarded cable. The floor was littered with forgotten wires and papers, the detritus of a life I no longer recognized as mine. A voice, soft, low, familiar, cut through the stillness. You shouldn't have come here. I spun around, eyes wide, searching the shadows. The voice was inside the building now, closer than I wanted. It was the same one from the emails. Calm, controlled, like a spider weaving a web. Why? I managed to ask, my voice barely steady. What do you want from me? There was a pause, long enough for the silence to stretch tight. Then the voice replied, to show you how fragile your world really is. A cold draft brushed my neck, carrying the scent of rain and something metallic, like the taste of old blood. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to run, but my legs were rooted to the spot. The figure stepped into the light, just for a moment. I caught the glint of a smile, thin, calculating. "You think you know yourself," the voice said. "But I know the parts you hide, the ones you bury deep. And I'm going to unravel every single one." I took a shaky step backward, bumping into the cold glass of the reception desk. My fingers trembled as I reached for my phone again. No signal. Dead. The battery drained faster than it should have, as if something was draining the life out of my connection to the outside world. Footsteps echoed down the hallway, slow and deliberate. I glanced toward the stairs. Sarah. She had to be coming. Then the lights went out. Total darkness swallowed the room. My breath hitched in my throat. A faint beep, then another, like a heartbeat. My phone vibrated wildly in my hand, screen flashing with incoming messages from me. The same messages I'd seen before, but now closer, more urgent, more threatening. One flashed on the screen: "You can't hide. Not here. Not anywhere." I backed away, the wall pressing against my spine. The air was thick, almost wet, and I could taste the fear like iron on my tongue. My fingers fumbled for the flashlight app, blinking on the screen, casting a narrow beam of light into the darkness. The beam caught the figure's eyes, gleaming, unblinking. They didn't blink. Not once. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded, voice cracking. The figure leaned in, close enough for me to smell the faint scent of cologne mixed with sweat. "Because you let me in," they whispered. "You trusted the wrong things." The wall seemed to close in, the air growing heavier with every breath. I could hear the city outside, cars, distant sirens, but in here, time felt suspended. The only sound was the uneven thump of my own heart and the slow, deliberate footsteps circling me. My mind raced, scrambling for a way out, any way. But the building was a maze, corridors twisting and doubling back. I could feel the trap snapping shut. A sudden noise, a click, a sharp metallic sound made me jump. The card reader by the door lit up again. Someone else was coming. Sarah. Relief surged, but it was tempered by the presence still in front of me. The figure didn't move, just watched as if daring me to make the next move. The door swung open, flooding the lobby with harsh fluorescent light. Sarah stepped inside, eyes wide with worry. "Are you okay?" "I got your messages." I started, but the figure was gone. Vanished like a shadow at dawn. Sarah reached for me, steadying my trembling hands. "We have to get out. Now." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. The emails, the messages, they were a warning. A countdown. And whatever this was, it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Outside, the rain had started. Cold droplets pelted my face as we hurried into the night. The city was alive, indifferent to the nightmare unfolding in its shadows. But inside me, something had changed. The line between safety and danger had blurred. The person who had invaded my digital life had stepped into my world, and I had nowhere left to hide. The truth was out there, waiting. And so was the next move. The rain hadn't let up by the time we reached my apartment. Inside, the faint hum of the old heater was the only sound. The air smelled faintly of mildew and the dinner I'd forgotten to throw out 2 days ago. I stripped off my wet things and dropped them by the door, the fabric clinging cold and heavy to my skin. Sarah sat at the kitchen table, her fingers tracing the grain of the wood as if grounding herself. "I don't understand," she said quietly. "Who would want to do this to you? To us?" I blinked, trying to find something solid to hold on to. I don't know, but it's someone who knows me. Knows the parts of me I've never shared with anyone else. The things I thought were buried. She looked up, eyes sharp. The emails? Everything. It's like they hack more than just my accounts, they hack me. I rubbed my temples, the skin prickling with a faint sweat despite the chill. And that figure tonight. I'm not sure if they were real or just a shadow of my fear. But they're out there. Watching. Sarah nodded, and for a moment, the room was silent except for the heater's low drone and the distant patter of rain against the window. I pulled my laptop onto the table, the familiar weight strangely reassuring. The screen glowed in the dim light, inviting but treacherous. I hesitated. I wanted to close everything down, pretend this wasn't happening. But I had to know. I opened my inbox. The messages were still there. New ones, too. The latest subject line read, "How well do you really know yourself?" My hands trembled as I clicked it open. Inside was a list of things I'd never told a soul, my failures, my doubts, the moments I tried to hide beneath layers of small talk and smiles. And then, a final line, "Look outside your door." I swallowed hard. The apartment was silent, but I could hear the soft creak of the floorboards just beyond the door. Someone was there. Not a shadow this time, not a trick of the mind. My breath hitched. Sarah saw it. She stood up, moving beside me, her presence steady and fierce. "We need to call the police," she said. I shook my head. "They won't understand. They'll think I'm paranoid. Like I'm making this up." She frowned. "Then we find out who this is ourselves." That night, we sat with the blinds drawn tight, phones and laptops in hand, trying to trace the origin of the messages. It was like chasing smoke. Every lead evaporated before we could grasp it. The email address was a dead-end, fake, rerouted, scrubbed clean. Whoever this was, they knew how to cover their tracks. But then, in the middle of the night, my phone buzzed. A message from my own number. "Check the mailbox." I froze. The notion of checking the mailbox felt absurd, like stepping into a trap designed just for me. But I did it anyway. Outside, the rain had stopped. The night air was thick with the scent of wet concrete and distant exhaust fumes. I pulled open the rusted mailbox, fingers brushing against something cold. A single envelope. No return address. Inside was a printed photo. Me, from behind, walking home 2 nights ago. The street lamp casting long shadows, the faint outline of a figure trailing a few steps behind. I closed my eyes for a moment. The world felt oppressive, like the walls were closing in. It wasn't just about emails anymore. This was real. Someone was following me. Watching. Sarah stood beside me, silent but alert. The next day, we agreed to move the files I'd buried in my mind into the open. I called my boss, explained I needed time off. For the first time in years, I asked for help. I talked to friends I'd kept at arm's length, people who'd always sensed there was more beneath my surface. I let them in, piece by piece. The relief was immediate but fragile. Even with the threat still hanging over me, I found moments of calm. I started sleeping again, though dreams of shadows and whispers lingered at the edges of my mind. Weeks passed. The messages stopped. The figure didn't return. But the damage was done. I wasn't the same person who had sat alone in that lobby, staring at a door that might never be safe again. I learned to live with the uncertainty, the knowledge that someone had dismantled my digital life and, in doing so, had peeled back the layers I'd hidden behind. Sometimes, at night, when the city settles into uneasy quiet, I still feel a presence. Not watching, exactly. More like waiting. And I know, somehow, the story isn't over. But for now, I'm here. I'm still standing. And I've reclaimed the parts of myself that were stolen. That, I think, is what matters most. The shadows won't disappear, of course. They linger at the edges, reminders of battles fought in silence. But with every dawn, I gather strength from the fragments I've pieced back together, fragments of trust, of purpose, of identity. It's a fragile equilibrium, this balance between vigilance and hope, but it's mine to hold. The scars may never fully fade, nor the questions fully resolve, yet I move forward anyway. Because in the end, resilience isn't about forgetting what happened, it's about choosing to keep living despite it. And that choice, that stubborn refusal to be erased, is the truest victory I have. Sometimes, in the quiet moments between day and night, I catch myself imagining what lies beyond this fractured existence. Not a grand escape or an improbable miracle, but simply a space where broken pieces can rest without fear of shattering further. A place where the weight of history doesn't press so heavily on my chest. It's a fragile hope, yes, but even the smallest flicker can illuminate the darkest corners. I remind myself that healing isn't linear. There will be days when the past claws its way back, uninvited and sharp. Days when doubt threatens to swallow the hope I've nurtured so carefully. But these moments, too, are part of the landscape I'm learning to navigate. Each one an opportunity to reaffirm the boundaries I've set between who I was and who I'm becoming. I find solace in the ordinary acts, breathing deeply, walking without purpose, feeling the sun warm my skin, as if these small anchors can tether me to a life that is still mine to shape. And though the road ahead is uncertain and the horizon often obscured by fog, I keep moving. Because in moving, I reclaim a measure of control. Because in moving, I affirm that my story, however fractured, is far from finished. Story 5, Unseen Stalker, the stranger who knows too much. It was the kind of morning that tasted like old coffee and damp newspapers, the streets slick with last night's rain, the sky a dull iron gray with no promise of sun. At first, I thought he might be a new barista at the cafe down the block, but the way he watched me like he already knew me made my skin prick. Still, I told myself it was nothing. Just one of those city things, strangers, crowds, random faces bleeding into one another until they blur and lose meaning. I was late for work anyway. I didn't have time for distractions. The day crawled on with all the usual dull hums, the soft buzz of fluorescent lights in the office, the sharp scent of printer ink mixing with stale air, the clatter of keyboards. I sat at my desk, fingers hovering over the keys, trying to focus on the spreadsheet that refused to make sense, when my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "Nice shoes," it read. I blinked. Looked down. My usually nondescript black sneakers had a fresh scuff on the right toe. I hadn't mentioned that to anyone. Not that it was some big secret, but who would text me about shoes? I stared at the screen, half expecting the message to vanish. Instead, another came through. "You dropped your notebook in the subway this morning." I picked it up. My hands trembled slightly. I'd been on the subway that morning, sure, but I was careful, always clutching my things close. I didn't even notice anything missing. I glanced around the office, the hum of conversation and typing suddenly distant. Who was this? I typed back. "Which notebook?" Seconds later, a response, the one with the blue cover and the scribbled poems on page 12. I swallowed hard. That was mine. The office felt colder than before. I stuffed my phone into my pocket, trying to shake the unease. Probably a coincidence or some prank. Someone following me for kicks. I told myself not to overthink it. After work, I took a longer route home. The city was quieter now, the dampness turning into a chill that settled in my bones. I stopped at the little park near my building, the one with the rusty swings and the cracked concrete paths. I wanted to clear my head. Then I saw him again. The stranger. He was sitting on the bench beneath the flickering street lamp, reading a book oddly out of place in this part of the city where everyone seemed to rush past anything that wasn't a coffee or a bus stop. He looked up as I approached, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Hey," he said. His voice was calm, casual, but there was something in it that made me want to step back. "You dropped this." He held out a slim, worn notebook, the same blue one from the subway. I took it, fingers brushing his. The paper felt rough, and the scent of old ink and city rain lingered on the cover. My breath caught. "Thanks," I said, voice barely above a whisper. He stood, a few inches taller than me, and for a moment the street lamp flickered again, casting his shadow long and sharp against the pavement. "I've seen you around," he said. "More than you realize." I laughed nervously. "I doubt that." But the look in his eyes told me he wasn't joking. "You don't have to believe me now," he continued, "but I know things. Things you've never told anyone." The words hung between us like a thick fog. I felt the goosebumps rise on my arms despite the mild night air. "Look, this is creepy," I said, taking a step back. "You don't know me. You're probably just some weirdo who found my notebook." He shook his head slowly. "Try me." I wanted to tell him to leave, wanted to run, but curiosity tangled with something colder, a creeping anxiety I couldn't shake. "What do you mean? Things I've never told anyone?" He smiled again, but it wasn't warm. More like a secret shared in a locked room. Like the time you cried in the park last spring. Alone. You thought no one was watching. Or how you always take the third bus stop on your way home, even though it's out of the way. I blinked, heart thudding against my ribs. That was impossible. I hadn't told anyone about the spring afternoon in the park. Not a soul. And the bus route only my closest friend knew. I opened my mouth to protest, but no words came. "See? I told you. I know." I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath. "Why are you doing this?" He shrugged. "I'm not sure yet." A long silence stretched between us, filled only by the distant hum of traffic and the occasional bark of a dog somewhere far off. "I have to go," I said finally, pulling the notebook close. "Please don't follow me." He nodded, almost politely, and stepped back into the shadows. I walked home faster than I intended, the notebook's weight in my bag somehow heavier than before. When I reached my apartment, the door felt colder than usual under my hand. I shut it quickly behind me, double-checked the locks, and leaned against it, breathing hard. Who was he? How did he know all those things? And most unsettling of all, why did it feel like this was only the beginning? Silence. Complete silence. But outside, the city breathed on. And somewhere, in the shadows, so did he. I sank onto the worn couch, the notebook open but my eyes unfocused. Questions churned relentlessly, each answer spawning more mystery. The apartment was too quiet. I flipped through the pages again. Names, dates, moments I had never told a soul. How? The question gnawed at me, sharp and insistent. I closed the notebook and leaned back, the fabric of the couch rough beneath my hands. Outside, the city murmured quietly, cars hum, a distant siren, footsteps echoing on wet pavement. Somewhere, a dog barked, sharp and sudden, then gone. Sleep was impossible. I kept glancing at the clock. Minutes felt like hours. Finally, I grabbed my phone and started scrolling through my recent messages, calls, anything that might explain, anything that might help. No odd contacts, no strange calls. Just the usual banter with friends and a few work emails. The next morning came with a gray, reluctant light. The smell of rain lingered in the streets as I pulled on a jacket and stepped outside. I needed to see if the man was real or some figment of my panic mind. Maybe he was just someone obsessed with coincidence, or worse, a prankster. I decided to start at the cafe where I'd first seen him, the place where he casually dropped those impossible details. The bell jingled overhead as I pushed through the door, the air heavy with the scent of stale coffee and damp newspapers. The barista gave me a tired smile, nodding toward the corner table. Empty. No sign of the stranger. I ordered a black coffee and sat with my back to the wall, eyes scanning every face that entered. Minutes passed. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, that the notebook was some bizarre coincidence. But then, the door opened again, and there he was. He didn't look surprised to see me. In fact, his lips curled into a faint, tired smile. He slid into the seat opposite me without asking. "I thought I told you not to follow me," I said, voice low but steady. "I wasn't following," he said. "Just happened to be here." His tone was casual, but the way he watched me made my skin crawl. I studied him carefully, the same rough jacket, the same calm eyes, the faint scent of rain and something else, something faintly bitter. "Why here?" I asked. "Why this cafe?" He shrugged, but there was no warmth in it. "You come here often." I forced a laugh. "Not often enough for you to know." He raised an eyebrow. "You're right. But you told no one about your plan to meet your sister here today. You told no one you'd be alone." My breath caught. I hadn't mentioned that to anyone. Not a single soul. Not even my sister. "How do you know?" My voice was barely above a whisper. He leaned forward, fingers steepled. "Because I was watching." The words hit me like cold water. Watching. Not just knowing. Watching. I swallowed hard, trying to steady the tremble in my hands. "This isn't coincidence. It's not a game." "No," he said quietly. "It's not." I reached into my bag and pulled out the notebook. "Tell me how you know." He glanced at it, then back at me. "Your little memories. They're breadcrumbs." I followed the trail. I wanted to believe he was bluffing, that there was some logical explanation. But the look in his eyes said otherwise. I took a deep breath, trying to think. If he was this close, watching me, maybe I could turn it around. Maybe I could find out who he was, what he wanted. "Why me?" I asked. "Why not someone else?" He shook his head. "Because you're interesting." Interesting? The word hung between us, strange and wrong. He nodded. "You don't fit the usual patterns. You're unpredictable." I wanted to ask what that meant, but the cafe suddenly felt too small, too crowded. I stood up, grabbed my coat. "I need some air." Outside, the rain had started again, light at first, then steady. The city smelled of wet asphalt and something faintly metallic. I walked without direction, the notebook heavy in my bag, the man's words circling in my mind. I tried to check my phone again, scrolled through my calendar, my messages. No sign of him. No clues. Then a text popped up, not from a friend, not from work, but from an unknown number. "I know where you are." My hands trembled. The rain soaked through my jacket, cold and unforgiving. I looked around. No one. I turned back toward the street, heart pounding. Each step felt heavier, like the city was closing in. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? Some stranger knows everything about me? Sounds like a bad thriller. No proof. Just a notebook and a creeping sense of being hunted. The rain blurred the lights of passing cars. I shivered. There was no way to outrun this. No place to hide. It wasn't just knowledge anymore. It was control. And the stranger wasn't finished. Not by a long shot. I ducked into a nearby cafe, hoping the warmth and chatter would erase the chill crawling of my spine. But even surrounded by strangers, I felt exposed, as if their eyes masked hidden intentions. My phone buzzed a message from an unknown number. "We see you. We know what you did." Panic surged, but beneath it, a stubborn spark of defiance flickered. Whoever this was, they underestimated me. I wouldn't be their pawn. Not tonight. Not ever. I slipped out the back door, disappearing into the maze of alleys, determined to find answers before the shadows closed in completely. The alley was slick with rain, the cold water pooling in uneven patches, reflecting the dull orange glow of a flickering street lamp. I pulled out my phone, fingers trembling as I stared at the message. "We see you. We know what you did." The words glowed against the screen like a warning etched in ice. I didn't know what they meant. It wasn't something I told anyone. Moments I buried deep, secrets I thought were safe. That's why this was worse than any nightmare. This wasn't random. It was surgical. I thought of calling the police again. But what would I say? Someone knows everything about me, even the things I never shared? They'd chalk it up to paranoia. Or worse, think I was hiding something truly terrible. And if that were true, what could I do? How could I run when the hunter could pop up anywhere? The rain softened to a drizzle as I slipped through the alley's end and onto a quieter street. The city was still alive, but I felt smaller, exposed. I needed a plan. I needed to understand who this person was and what they wanted. But more than that, I needed to prove I wasn't going to be their puppet. I remembered the notebook. The one they'd handed me days ago, filled with details that chilled me to the core. I'd skimmed it once, heart racing, but I hadn't read it properly yet. Now, with the rain washing off the day's grime and fear, I pulled it from my jacket pocket. The leather cover was worn, corners bent like it had been carried everywhere. Inside, the pages were filled with meticulous handwriting, timelines, locations, even personal thoughts, things only I knew. I flipped through, scanning for anything new. Then I stopped. A page marked with today's date. The words were sharp and deliberate. Tonight, 22:15 alley behind Café Lumiere. Alone. How did they know? How did they know I'd slipped out the back door? Nobody else knew. A sudden noise made me freeze. Footsteps. Fast, deliberate, echoing from the other end of the street. I shoved the notebook into my jacket, heart thudding so hard it felt like it was going to burst through my ribs. I peeked around the corner. A figure stood under the weak halo of a street lamp, hands in pockets, the collar of their coat turned up against the damp. No face visible, but the posture was familiar, too familiar. I thought of turning and running, but my legs refused. I had to see this through. "You're quicker than I expected." The voice came low, calm, no hint of surprise. "I thought you'd have vanished by now." I swallowed hard, voice caught somewhere between fear and defiance. "Who are you? What do you want?" They stepped forward, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows revealing a face that didn't belong to a madman or a criminal. Just a man, mid-30s maybe, with sharp eyes that seemed to dissect me. I'm the one who's been watching. The one who knows. The one who controls the game. Game? I echoed, voice cracking. This isn't a game. They don't see it that way, he said, glancing sideways, as if sharing a secret. But you will. Sooner than you think. I clenched my fists, rain dripping from my hair onto my cheeks, cold and unwelcome. Why me? Why all this? He shrugged, almost bored. Because you're the only one who matters right now. Because you don't realize it yet, but your choices shape everything. And now, you're in too deep. A sudden realization hit me like a punch to the gut. This wasn't random stalking. This wasn't some twisted prank. This was calculated. Personal. And it was irreversible. I tried to back away, but the street felt narrower, the night closing in. I don't know what you think you have on me, but I'm not going to play along. He smiled, thin and cold. You don't have a choice. You never did. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a small envelope, holding it out. Everything you need is in here. Read it. Understand it. Then maybe you'll stop running. I hesitated, the weight of the moment pressing down. Taking the envelope meant stepping over a line. No going back. I wanted to say no, to throw it into the rain, but my fingers moved without permission. The paper inside was crisp, heavy with importance. I unfolded it carefully. A single sheet, typed, with a list of names and dates, people I'd never mentioned, places I'd never visited out loud. And then, at the bottom, a message in the same handwriting as the notebook. You've been watched since the beginning. Every step, every secret. You belong to this now. Cold seeped into my bones. I looked up, but the stranger was gone. Vanished into the mist and shadows like a ghost. I was alone. But not really. The city around me pulsed with indifferent life, unaware of the invisible chains tightening around me. I could feel the weight of the stranger's gaze everywhere, in every shadow, every passing face. I stuffed the papers into my coat, the rain soaking through the envelope, ink blurring. The notebook felt heavier in my pocket than before, a reminder that knowledge wasn't power, it was a trap. I walked forward, the streetlights flickering overhead, knowing that from this moment on, escape wasn't an option. The game had changed. I was a player now, whether I liked it or not. And the stranger was already steps ahead, waiting for me to make my next move. I didn't sleep. I sat on the edge of the bed, tracing the faint, smeared words I'd read downstairs. You've been watched since the beginning. Every step, every secret. You belong to this now. Those words replayed themselves in my mind, louder each time that I swallowed hard. Belonged. The word stuck in my throat like bad medicine. To whom? And why? I tried to convince myself it was a sick joke, a coincidence magnified by paranoia. But the stranger's knowledge wasn't random. It wasn't luck or chance. No one could know things I hadn't told anyone. The scars from when I was 10, the day I skipped school and hid in the old library, the arguments with my sister no one else had witnessed. And then, the way they showed up at places I planned to be but never mentioned aloud, the pieces didn't fit. They shattered. The room felt too small, too silent. I needed air. I grabbed my coat and stepped outside. The streetlight flickered overhead, casting long shadows that writhed like dark veins across the wet pavement. I walked without a destination, my breath visible in the cold night. The city, normally alive with noise and neon, felt empty and distant. A stray dog barked somewhere far off, sharp and sudden. The scent of wet concrete and decaying leaves filled the air. I tried to focus on that, anything tangible. I wondered if I should call someone. The police? My sister? but a voice inside warned me not to. They wouldn't believe me. And besides, what could I say? A stranger knows everything about me and is watching my every move. It sounded insane. I stopped near a corner cafe, its windows fogged, chairs stacked on tables like silent sentinels. That's when I saw him. The stranger. Standing under the awning, hands shoved deep in his coat pockets, face half hidden by the brim of a hat. My stomach clenched. I wanted to turn and run, but my feet were glued to the spot. He looked calm. Too calm. Like he'd been waiting. You shouldn't have read the notebook, he said, voice just above a whisper. It changes things. I swallowed, the taste of copper sharp on my tongue. Who are you? What do you want? He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. I want you to understand. To see that everything you thought was random is part of a pattern. Your life isn't yours anymore. At least, not entirely. I took a step back, the rough brick wall biting into my shoulder. You're wrong. I decide my own life. You, whoever you are, have no right to follow me, to invade my privacy. He shrugged, as if my words were amusing rather than threatening. Rights? Those are illusions. What matters is control. Control. The word echoed in my mind, heavier this time. I wanted to scream, to shake him until he answered, but my voice was a whisper, lost in the cold night air. Why me? Why all this? What do you gain? He moved closer, and the faint smell of tobacco and something metallic drifted to me. You're special. Not because you're important, but because you're vulnerable. Because you think you're invisible. I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. I'm not invisible. Exactly. His smile twisted. That's why you're perfect. A sudden noise startled me, a car door slamming somewhere down the block, the distant murmur of a late-night bus. I glanced around. No one else was nearby. Just us and the flickering street lamp. I don't want this, I said, voice cracking. Leave me alone. He nodded slowly, like he was considering my plea. We'll see how long that lasts. Then he turned and disappeared into the fog rolling in from the river. I stood there for a long time, heart hammering, breath uneven. The notebook felt heavier than ever. It was a chain, a curse, and a map all at once. The next morning was gray and cold, the kind of light that makes everything look washed out and unreal. I stayed inside, windows shut tight, the city muffled and distant. I couldn't stop thinking about what the stranger had said about control and patterns. I tried to retrace my steps, to find some clue, some connection I'd missed. Why me? What was this really about? My phone buzzed suddenly, piercing the silence. I jumped, nearly dropping it. A message. No number, just a single line. You're not as alone as you think. I stared at the screen, a sick twist in my gut. Whoever this was, they were close. Closer than I wanted to admit. I spent the day watching windows across the street, scanning faces on the sidewalk, counting footsteps. Every shadow looked like the stranger's. Every sound set my nerves on edge. By evening, I was exhausted, skin crawling with the need to escape but nowhere to go. I thought about calling my sister again but hesitated. Could I drag her into this? What if she got hurt? The sound of the front door opening made me jump. I wasn't expecting anyone. Hey, a voice said softly. I spun around. It was her. My sister. Her eyes were wide, worried. I know something's wrong. You've been shutting me out. Please, talk to me. I wanted to push her away, to tell her to stay out of it, but the weight in my chest cracked. I nodded, the words tangled in my throat. She sat beside me, hand brushing my arm. Whatever it is, we'll face it together. For a moment, I believed that. For a moment, the oppressive darkness lifted, just a little, then my phone buzzed again. A photo this time. Me. Taken just minutes ago. Outside the cafe. And the message beneath it, "We're watching." I looked up at my sister, eyes wide, words failing me. The stranger wasn't just a ghost haunting the edges of my life anymore. They were here. Right here, and I had no idea how to fight back. The moment I saw the photo on my phone, the air in the room thickened, pressing down on my lungs like a weight. I raised my eyes to my sister's, wide, steady, concerned. She didn't say anything, just waited. Her hand still rested on my arm, warm and real, grounding me in a way nothing else had lately. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic tang of adrenaline on my tongue. "I don't know what to do," I whispered, voice barely audible above the hum of the heater. I thought, maybe if I ignored it, it would stop. But it's not stopping. My fingers trembled as I locked the phone and set it down on the coffee table. The wood felt rough beneath my palm, a small, tangible certainty. She squeezed my arm gently. "We'll figure it out." I wanted to believe that was true. I really did. But the stranger's presence had stretched itself across my life in ways I couldn't explain or understand. It wasn't just stalking me, it was erasing the boundaries I thought kept me safe. The night was restless. The city outside whispered with the usual sounds, distant sirens, a dog barking twice, the soft scrape of tires on wet asphalt. Inside, the apartment felt like a trap. Every creak or groan of the building made me jump, heart hammering in my ears. I kept the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows on, though the glare made my eyes sting. The shadows seemed to twitch just beyond the edges of the glow. I stared at the phone, reluctant to check it again. But then the screen lit up, a new message waiting. I hesitated, breath caught in my throat. When I finally unlocked it, my stomach dropped. A short video. Me, walking through the park during my lunch break. Unaware. Alone. The camera angle shifted, zooming in on my face. Then the text, not just places you tell. Places you think you're safe. I looked up at my sister, who had moved closer, her expression a mix of fear and determination. "This is beyond coincidence," she said quietly. "Someone's been watching you for a long time." I nodded, the knot in my chest tightening. I wanted to run, to hide. But where could I go? The stranger knew every place I'd been, every moment I thought private. Morning came gray and cold. I woke with my sheets tangled around my legs, the room feeling smaller than ever. My sister had stayed overnight, curled up on the couch, a fortress of blankets and determination. I watched her sleep for a moment, her brow furrowed as if she were chasing away nightmares in her dreams. Coffee was bitter and sour, the smell barely cutting through the chilled air. We sat across from each other at the small kitchen table, the silence heavy but necessary. "We need to tell someone," she said finally. "The police. Maybe they can help." I shook my head. What would I say? Somebody knows everything about me and follows me around? They think I'm crazy. I rubbed my temples, the dull ache growing. And what proof do I have? Just these messages and photos. Her gaze hardened. Then we get proof. We catch them. For the first time since this nightmare began, a flicker of resolve sparked inside me. The stranger had been untouchable until now. They had underestimated something, my refusal to be a victim. That day, we started small. I kept a journal, noting every place I went, every person I spoke to. My sister helped by accompanying me whenever she could, watching for anything unusual. We changed routines, took different routes, even pretended to be someone else on the phone. Still, the stranger was there. Waiting. Watching. At the grocery store, a man lingered too long in the aisle beside mine. At the park, a woman's eyes followed me from a distance. Nothing obvious, nothing I could point to with certainty. Just that unmistakable feeling of being hunted, the tension gnawed away at me, fraying the edges of my sanity. Sleep became a stranger. Every shadow seemed to twist into something threatening. One afternoon, as we sat in a cafe far from my usual haunts, my phone buzzed again. A text this time, short and chilling. Why run when you can't hide? My sister's hand found mine under the table, fingers curling tightly. We're going to find out who this is. Days later, the breakthrough came from an unexpected place. A barista at the cafe, a young woman with a nervous smile, mentioned seeing someone asking questions about me. Not just once, she said, voice low. Every time you come in. That guy with the scruffy beard and tired eyes. It was something. A lead. We started piecing things together, retracing the stranger's steps through the city. The realization settled like cold stone in my gut. This was personal. Someone had spent months, maybe years, watching my life, learning my habits, my secrets, but why? What twisted need drove them? One evening, we followed the trail to a small, run-down apartment building on the edge of town. The kind of place people forgot existed. My sister and I stood in the shadow of the crumbling facade, the smell of mildew and decay thick in the air. Our breaths came out in misty puffs. The door was cracked open. Inside, the air was heavy with dust and something sour I couldn't place. The faint buzz of an old fluorescent light flickered overhead. On a cluttered table, we found a collection of notebooks, photos, and printed messages, pages filled with my name, my movements, my life laid bare in obsessive detail. I ran my fingers over the pages, a cold shiver crawling down my spine. This wasn't just stalking. It was a carefully constructed prison, built from intimate knowledge and silent threats. We have to call the police, my sister said firmly, voice shaking. I nodded, but the truth settled in like a shadow. Even if we caught this person, the damage was done. The fear, the invasion, it wouldn't just disappear. Weeks passed. The police took the evidence, started their inquiries. The stranger stopped sending messages. The feeling of eyes watching me faded, but the emptiness remained. I found myself pulled back into life, but with a cautiousness I hadn't known before. Trust became a fragile thread. I learned to check over my shoulder, to question every glance, every coincidence, yet, amidst the fear, something else grew, strength. I wasn't invisible. I wasn't powerless. My sister stayed close, her presence a balm for the wounds I couldn't show. Together, we rebuilt the boundaries that had been shattered. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the faint buzz of a phone or catch a shadow moving just beyond the window. The echo of those days lingers, a reminder that the world can be both familiar and terrifyingly unknown, but I survived, and that made all the difference. Story 6, Willowbrook Asylum Descent, Unearthing Hidden Terrors. Chapter 1. I never believed in ghosts. It was late afternoon, the kind of light just before dusk when shadows grow long but the world still holds onto a strange, hesitant warmth. The gravel crunched under my boots as I stepped inside, each footfall breaking the quiet like a secret spilled. The air was heavier here, colder in a way that didn't match the mild spring evening outside. I shivered, but not because of the temperature. Something about the place felt off. Not right. I told myself it was just the wind sneaking through broken windows or the smell of mold and rot. Probably. I'd read the rumors, of course. Willowbrook had shut down nearly 50 years ago after a series of unexplained patient disappearances. People said it was haunted, that the walls still whispered. I'm not the type to buy into that nonsense. I'm a journalist, and my job is to chase facts, not fairy tales. Still, curiosity can be a powerful thing. Especially when you're chasing a deadline and the story is hanging by a thread. The main corridor stretched ahead, long and narrow, lit only by the fading sunlight filtering through grimy panes. The plaster on the walls hung in ragged sheets, revealing the brick beneath in places. The floor was a patchwork of cracked linoleum and bare concrete. I ran my hand along the wall, feeling the rough texture, bits of grit catching under my fingers. The scent of stale air and damp wood filled my nose, and somewhere far off, water dripped, slow, irregular, like a ticking clock counting down something I didn't want to know. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding strange in the emptiness. It came back to me, faint and hollow. No answer. That was expected. Nobody lived here anymore. I kept moving, stepping cautiously, eyes darting to every shadow and corner. The stories said the patients were watched, controlled, manipulated. The staff kept an eye on every move through hidden cameras and observation rooms. But those were decades ago. Technology was crude back then. Surely, everything had been dismantled. I stopped in what must have been the nurse's station. A desk lay toppled, papers scattered like fallen leaves across the floor. I knelt, brushing some of the dusty sheets aside. The faded ink was mostly illegible, but one thing caught my eye, a crude map of the building, with some rooms marked in red. I traced the lines with my finger. The basement. The old surveillance hub. The place no one dared to go. A shiver ran down my spine. I knew I shouldn't go there. But I also knew I would. The light grew dimmer as I moved deeper into the building. The air turned colder, almost biting. I pulled my jacket tighter, trying to shake off a creeping unease. The silence was absolute now. No scurrying rats, no distant cars, no birds. Just me and the slow, steady drip echoing somewhere below. I reached a stairwell. Rusted metal steps spiraled down into darkness. The walls here smelled of damp earth and something sour, like old sweat or forgotten fear. I hesitated, my breath catching. Then, for no clear reason, I noticed a faint buzzing sound, like an old fluorescent light struggling against its own mortality. I flicked on my flashlight. The beam cut through the black, revealing the stairs slick with grime. I started down, each step creaking beneath my weight. My hands trembled a little, but I told myself it was just the cold. Halfway down, I stopped. There was a door, slightly open. Blackness leaked out like a shadow bleeding into the hallway. I nudged it with my foot. The door groaned, revealing a narrow room filled with racks of dusty equipment. Old monitors, tangled wires, and what looked like a bank of recording devices. My heart skipped. This wasn't supposed to be here, or at least, not still working. I stepped inside. The air was thick, stale. I wiped a layer of dust from one of the monitors and stared. A flicker. The screen blinked on, static fuzz settling into a grainy black and white image. A corridor. Another camera feed. And then another. A dozen screens, all showing different parts of the asylum. I swallowed hard. How was this possible? The asylum had been closed for decades. The power long cut. Yet here, in this forgotten room, the surveillance was alive. I leaned closer, eyes scanning the images. Then I saw it, movement. A figure crossing a hallway 3 floors above. Someone else, down in the basement. They weren't moving randomly. It was like they were being guided, funneled along certain paths. I frowned, heart thumping hard against my ribs. That's when I noticed the small keypad mounted on the wall, blinking faintly. Numbers. Controls. Someone was still here. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft click, then a faint whisper of static through the speakers. I froze. My skin prickled. The air grew colder still. Hello? I tried again, voice barely above a whisper. The screens flickered. The figure in the hallway stopped, turned suddenly. It looked right at a camera. Right at me. I swallowed, eyes wide. The feeling wasn't of ghosts, but of something worse. Someone watching. Someone controlling, and whoever it was wasn't done yet. The monitors pulsed rhythmically, syncing with a low hum that filled the room. Shadows shifted behind the glass. The monitors pulsed with that low, sinister hum. Hello? I whispered again, voice cracking. Nothing but static hissed back through the speakers. I counted to 10 in my head, trying to steady my breathing. The cold air bit at my neck, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. The building groaned, a deep, aching sound that drifted down the hallways and into the basement. It was a sound that felt alive, old pipes settling, or maybe something else. Something patient. I had to know who was behind this. Who was watching us, anyone who dared step inside, and why did I press a button on the keypad? It beeped softly, and the screen flickered. The figure moved again, this time pacing slowly, deliberately, as though waiting for instructions. Another camera showed a shadow slipping through a side corridor, too quick to make out details, but definitely human. Someone else was here. My phone buzzed in my pocket, yanking me out of the freeze. A message from Jane, still no signal down there. You okay? Her concern was clear even through text. She was waiting at the main entrance, probably anxious. I typed back, found the surveillance room. It's worse than I thought. I wasn't sure what worse meant yet, but I knew it wasn't just about the cameras. It was the way everything felt orchestrated, like the building itself was a stage and we were the unwitting players. The room was cramped and stale. Dust clung thickly to every surface, settling in the cracks of the peeling paint and the warped wood beneath my feet. The smell of mildew mixed with something metallic, old electronics, maybe blood. I shook the thought away. No. Not yet. A sudden flicker caught my eye. One of the screens went black, then blinked back to life, but the image was scrambled, static crashing like waves. Then, clear again, a close-up of a stairwell. The same figure I'd seen earlier appeared, but this time their movements were jerky, unnatural, as if someone was pushing buttons remotely, controlling them like a puppet. I swallowed hard. Who are you? I muttered. Why are you doing this? No answer came except the mechanical hum. Yet I felt it, too, the presence of someone behind the scenes, invisible but meticulously pulling the strings. The keypad beeped again, this time faster. A new screen lit up, showing a map of the asylum's layout. It was detailed, more than any public plans I'd seen online. Dotted lines traced corridors, red marks flashing intermittently. I leaned closer, my breath fogging the cold glass. IT was a navigation system, designed to track movement throughout the building in real time. Every corridor, every door, every stairwell, it was all being monitored. And not just monitored. Control.my pulse quickened. That meant this wasn't just about watching. It was about hurting people. Guiding them. To where? I didn't want to guess. I tried to remember all the other times I'd heard footsteps echoing in empty halls or glimpsed shadows out of the corner of my eye. I chalked it up to my imagination or the building settling, but this was deliberate. I grabbed a flashlight from a nearby shelf, its beam cutting through the gloom. The keypad's glow was the only other light. I needed to find where those controls led. Down a narrow door, half hidden behind a rusted metal cabinet, caught my attention. It was unlocked. With a deep breath, I pushed it open. The air inside was colder, sharper, carrying a faint chemical tang. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead, buzzing in uneven rhythms. Inside was a small room filled with more equipment, old servers, tangled wires, and a dusty terminal blinking with green text. The screen showed logs, timestamps, and a list of names. I squinted, leaning close. The names were recent, just days ago. Trespassers, like me. People who come looking for answers, or maybe just thrills. I felt a chill crawl up my spine when I read the notes beside each name. Guided to incinerator, lost in East Wing, detoured to basement, all accompanied by timestamps and a series of strange symbols I couldn't decipher. The realization hit me like a punch. Whoever was behind this wasn't just tracking people. They were manipulating their movements, steering them into dangerous parts of the asylum. I shut my eyes for a second, trying to steady my rattled nerves. The very place I'd come to explore was a labyrinth designed to trap and confuse. And worse, someone was using this system to orchestrate accidents. Or worse, a noise made me jump, a faint tapping, coming from somewhere deep in the building. Tapping, like fingers drumming on concrete. Slow, deliberate, I froze, listening. The tapping grew louder, echoing through the vents or the pipes. It was too rhythmic to be random. Who's there? I called out, voice barely steady. And no answer. Just the tapping, steady and unyielding. And my breath hitched. I wanted to turn back, to leave this place behind and never look at an abandoned building the same way again. But I couldn't. Not now. I had to find Jane. I had to warn her. And I had to figure out who was behind this sick game before anyone else got caught. I pocketed my phone, took one last look at the terminal, and stepped back into the hallway. The tapping followed, not far behind me. I didn't dare look back. The tapping didn't stop. I moved faster, each step more hesitant than the last, until the hallway opened into a broader space, the old nurse's station, I guess from the faded sign above the doorway. Fluorescent bulbs flickered overhead, buzzing with a tired hum that felt like static in my ears. My hands trembled against the rough plaster wall as I leaned forward, trying to hear beyond the tapping. It was definitely coming from somewhere inside the vents, but it wasn't random. Whoever or whatever was making that noise wanted me to hear it. Wanted me to follow. A cold draft swept past, carrying the faint smell of mildew and something else. Coffee? Or was it the acrid bite of disinfectant? The scent was out of place here, almost clinical, like a hospital that had never quite shut down. I swallowed hard. The terminal I'd found downstairs had screens showing live feeds from all over the asylum. Cameras, hidden in places no one should have been watching from. It hit me then, all those hauntings, the strange accidents, the disappearances. It wasn't ghosts. It was someone watching, controlling the whole damn building like a puppet master. I gave a shudder. Someone had been here recently, maybe even now. A sharp clatter somewhere above made me jump, my breath catching in my throat. The tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. My pulse thundered in my ears. I wanted to call out again, but my voice lodged itself in my chest. Instead, I moved slowly toward the source of the noise, a narrow door marked maintenance. The door was cold beneath my palm, the paint peeling and cracked. I hesitated. The tapping had stopped, but the tension in the air thickened, like the building was holding its breath. I pushed the door open with a groan of rusted hinges, stepping into the dimly lit shaft beyond. The scent of oil and dust was stronger here, and the sound of my footsteps bounced off metal pipes and grated surfaces. I followed the narrow catwalk, the old steel cold and uneven beneath my boots. Somewhere in the darkness, a faint light flickered. I moved toward it, heart pounding so loud I was sure it echoed through the whole place. That's when I saw the control room, a tiny, claustrophobic space crammed with monitors, wires, and blinking lights. It looked like something out of a spy movie, except it was real. Cameras lined the walls, their lenses catching every shadow, every corner of the asylum, and on the main screen, a live feed showed Jane. She was moving cautiously down a hallway, her face pale but determined. I swallowed hard. I wasn't the only one being watched. Suddenly, a voice crackled through a speaker embedded in the wall, a voice so calm, so measured, it sent a chill straight down my spine. "You shouldn't be here," it said. No anger, no urgency. Just an unsettling calm. I spun around, heart hammering, but there was nobody. Just the hum of the machines and the blinking lights. The voice came again, softer this time. "You don't know what this place really is. You don't know what's waiting." I wanted to yell back, to demand who was there, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I looked back at the screen, watching Jane's figure. The camera angle shifted subtly, as if someone was guiding her movements, her path. A sick realization settled over me. This wasn't just surveillance. It was manipulation. Someone was orchestrating everything, leading trespassers into traps, into danger. I felt the floor tilt beneath me. If Jane was already inside, then turning back wasn't an option. Not without risking everything, the tapping started again, this time from just beyond the control room door, slower, deliberate. Like a countdown. My hand shook as I shut the monitors off, plunging the room into darkness except for the faint glow of the emergency exit sign. I had to find her before whatever was watching decided it was time to act. I swallowed the lump in my throat and stepped back into the shadows, the tapping following close behind. The corridor stretched out like a blackened vein, each step echoing louder than the last, swallowed by the oppressive silence. My breath caught as the tapping paused, replaced by a low, almost imperceptible hum that seemed to vibrate through the metal walls. I strained to listen, heart hammering against my ribs, fingers curling into fists to steady myself. She had to be near, somewhere close enough that the tapping was a warning, not just a menace. I edged forward, the emergency light flickering overhead, casting long, jittery shadows that danced with every flicker. The air was thick, stale with the scent of burnt circuitry and cold metal, a stark reminder of how out of place I was here, hunting for someone who might already be lost. A sudden scuff to my left made me freeze. My eyes darted to the source, a panel slightly ajar, wires snaking out like black veins. Instinct screamed at me to back away, but I forced my feet to move, reaching out to push the panel fully open. Inside, a small, flickering screen blinked erratically. Her face appeared for a brief second, eyes wide with panic, before static swallowed it whole. The tapping resumed, faster now, urgent. The countdown was nearing its end. I had no choice but to run. I didn't hear you. My hands trembled, fingers itching to shut the panel and bolt. But something kept me rooted, a stubborn need to see it through. To understand. The air tasted metallic, like rust and old sweat, and I swallowed hard, trying to keep my throat from drying up. Every breath felt like inhaling static, thick and electric. I glanced down the hallway. Darkness pulled there, swallowing the faint emergency light's glow. The tapping came again, this time steady, rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat. I swallowed a laugh, bitter and dry. "Okay," I whispered, barely audible. "All right. Let's go." I stepped back from the panel, the wires brushing my sleeve with a cold sting, and moved deeper into the corridor. The flickering lights overhead threw jagged shadows, and I caught myself watching them more than the floor beneath my feet. Shadows moved in the corner of my vision. I blinked hard, but there was nothing, just the peeling paint and warped floorboards. My phone vibrated in my pocket, startling me. I fumbled it out, screen cracked but still functional. No messages. No calls. The battery was draining fast, probably because of the signal searching. I cursed under my breath. Great. No way to call for help if this went sideways. I pressed the flashlight app on and aimed it down the hall, the beam slicing through the gloom. The tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. The kind of silence that presses against your eardrums and makes your skin crawl. I took a shaky breath and kept moving. The hallway ended at a heavy metal door, rusted shut but not locked. I pushed, and it groaned open, revealing a narrow stairwell spiraling down into darkness. A cold draft spilled up, carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, something sharp and acrid, like burned plastic. My stomach clenched. This place was a tomb, slowly swallowing itself whole. I hesitated. The tapping had stopped, but a new sound took its place. Whispering. Low, breathy voices that didn't quite form words. I shook my head. I was imagining things. Had to be. The mind plays tricks in places like this. Still, the whispering pulled me down the stairs. Each step creaked underfoot, the metal railing slick with rust and grime. I reached the bottom and found myself in a narrow basement corridor, dimly lit by a single flickering bulb swinging gently from the ceiling. I spotted it then, a bank of old monitors stacked like a forgotten altar. Dust coated every surface, but the screens flickered, alive. Static interlaced with images of dim hallways, empty rooms, and horse figures moving through the asylum, their faces obscured in shadows. My breath hitched. Someone was watching. Watching us. Watching me. I stepped closer, the floor cold and rough beneath my shoes. The monitors showed more than just surveillance. They displayed maps, timers, and what looked like control panels. Buttons, levers, dials, all wired into the building, pulsing faintly with life. A voice crackled through a nearby speaker, distorted and low, almost indecipherable. I recognized the tone. Calm, measured, but with an edge that made my skin tighten. "Welcome," it said. "You're exactly where we want you." I spun around, heart hammering. The basement was empty, except for shadows clinging to corners like cobwebs. The voice came again, closer this time, as if surrounding me. "Every step you take, every move you make, it's all part of the game. The asylum watches, learns. It adjusts." My voice caught. "Who's there?" No answer, just static and that low whispering, now unmistakably a chorus of voices layered over each other, chanting rules I couldn't quite grasp. I backed toward the stairs, mind racing. The tapping had started again, faster this time, echoing from somewhere deeper in the asylum. It wasn't just a sound. It was a signal. A countdown. I pressed my palm against the cold wall, trying to steady the tremors running through my limbs. I had to get out. But the thought that someone, somewhere, was pulling strings, watching every move, made the walls close in. The screen shifted suddenly, focusing on a new image, a hallway behind me, empty moments ago. Now, a figure appeared. Slow, deliberate steps. The shape was vague, but that gait, I knew it. I turned, breath lodged in my throat. A man stood at the base of the stairs. Not moving fast, but enough to make the hair on my neck stand up. His eyes caught the dim light, cold and unblinking. "Don't be afraid," he said, voice smooth like oil but with an edge sharp as glass. "You're part of something bigger now. You don't get to leave." I swallowed, every instinct screaming at me to run, but my feet felt glued to the floor. "Why?" I managed. He smiled, slow and cruel. "Because the asylum doesn't just watch. It controls. And we're the ones holding the strings." The tapping grew louder, faster, filling the space until it drowned out everything else. My heart slammed against my ribs as the man took a step forward. I lunged for the stairs, scrambling up, breath ragged and uneven. Behind me, the tapping turned into pounding. The man's footsteps followed, steady and unrelenting. I burst into the main corridor, the stale, burnt smell stronger here. The emergency lights flickered wildly, casting the place into a chaotic dance of shadow and light. The walls seemed to close in, the darkness thickening like a living thing. I didn't look back. I ran, the asylum's corridors twisted and turned in ways that made no sense, stairwells appearing where there should be walls, doors opening onto brick. The building was a labyrinth designed to trap. My lungs burned. Legs trembling. Panic clawed at my mind. The tapping was everywhere now, inside my skull, in the air, beneath my feet. The whispers followed, growing louder, more insistent. I reached a fork and hesitated, the man's voice echoing in my ears. "You can't win. You're already inside the game." I chose left, then right, then left again. Doors slammed behind me. No, not slammed, sealed shut, locking me in with the darkness. The walls pulsed with a low vibration, like the building itself was alive and breathing. I found myself back at the surveillance room. The monitors flickered, showing my own frantic movements, each one predicted, recorded, manipulated. I sank to the floor, chest heaving, mind fracturing. The man's voice came again, softened now, almost gentle. You're not the first. You won't be the last. The asylum watches. The asylum waits. And the asylum wins. I closed my eyes, the tapping turning into a roar. I thought of escape, of sunlight, of fresh air, and wondered if I'd ever see any of it again. A faint sound caught my attention, a whisper, clear and urgent, "Find the breaker." I opened my eyes. The air inside the control room was stale, thick with dust and something metallic, maybe old circuits rusting, maybe just the weight of silence. The faint hum of equipment, barely a whisper, filled the space. I remember running my fingers along the edge of a desk, feeling the rough layers of peeling paint and grime. Every surface was coated in years of neglect, yet the screens blinked stubbornly, as if refusing to surrender to time. I sat down heavily in one of the cracked leather chairs, the creak breaking the stillness. The monitors flickered with grainy black and white images, distorted hallways, empty rooms, the occasional shadow moving just out of focus. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but then I saw the shapes more clearly. People. Trespassers like me. But not just wandering, no. Their movements felt. Guided. Forced. A subtle choreography orchestrated by something or someone hidden in this very asylum. The realization settled over me like a cold wave. Someone had been watching every step of every intruder, manipulating their path like pieces on a board. And it wasn't random. There was intent behind it. A cruel game. I leaned closer to the main console, the glow of the screens casting eerie shadows on my face. A cluster of buttons and switches lay beneath, some labeled with faded words: Corridor A, West Wing, Emergency Lockdown. My breath caught. These weren't just cameras. They controlled the building's internal mechanisms, the doors, the lights, even the vents. Someone had been using this system to herd people into traps. To isolate them. I swallowed hard. The sudden silence of the room pressed in on me, louder than any noise. My hands trembled, a mix of fear and adrenaline. I wanted to shut it all down, to stop whatever was happening here. But could I? Would I dare? Then I heard it, a faint shuffling sound, distant but unmistakable. Footsteps echoing in the hall outside. Not mine. Not alone. My pulse quickened. I wasn't the only one left in this place. I grabbed the nearest headset, its cord tangled and stiff, and put it on. Static buzzed in my ears before a voice crackled through. Soft, low, almost casual. "You found the control room," it said. No emotion, no greeting. Just a statement. "Who is this?" I whispered, my voice barely steady. Silence. Then the voice again, calm as if reciting a fact. "Someone who watches. Someone who cares." The words chilled me more than any threat could. The idea of a person sitting somewhere, pulling strings, watching my every move, it was worse than isolation. Worse than the eerie silence. It was personal. "Why?" I asked, my throat dry. "Control," the voice replied simply. "Order from chaos." The asylum was designed for that. This place isn't just bricks and mortar. It's a system. A living thing. And it needs guidance. I shook my head, trying to process. "You're hurting people. They're scared. They're trapped." The voice hesitated. "They trespass. They disrupt. They don't understand the order." I clenched my fists, frustration rising. It's not their fault. Nobody comes here looking for trouble. They come for stories, curiosity. Like me. A long pause. Then, softer, "Stories have consequences." The line went dead. I pulled off the headset, heart pounding. The room felt colder now, darker. I looked back at the screens, watching the flicker of a figure trapped in a hallway, turning in circles like a rat in a maze. I thought of all the others who had come before me, drawn by whispers of ghost stories and forbidden places, only to vanish into this labyrinth of surveillance and control. I stood and moved toward the main panel. My fingers hovered over the controls, debating. Could I disable it? Would I risk plunging the entire building into darkness, cutting off whoever was trapped in these corridors? I wasn't sure if that would save them or doom them. Then I noticed something, a pattern in the footage. A faint, repetitive sequence where doors opened and closed, lights flickered on a schedule, ventilation shafts cycled at precise intervals. It was a code. A signal. Whoever was behind this had built it not only to watch but to communicate. To manipulate. A sudden noise startled me, the sound of a door creaking open somewhere down the hall. I spun around, heart in my throat. A figure appeared, draped in shadows but definitely human. Not a ghost, looking for answers. The voice was different now, closer, almost amused. I swallowed my fear, straightened up. I want to stop this. The watching. The control. It's wrong. The figure stepped into the dim light. A man, maybe in his 50s, with tired eyes and a thin smile. Wrong? Maybe. But order is what this place survives on. Without it, everything falls apart. You saw the chaos. I shook my head. No. What I saw was people being toyed with. Trapped. Afraid. He sighed, the weight of years in the gesture. This place was my life's work. A system to manage the madness. Sometimes the madness fights back. By hurting strangers? I asked, voice breaking with disbelief. He looked away, then back. It's complicated. Nobody said it would be clean. But I'm the only one here. The only one who understands this place. I looked at him, really looked. The exhaustion, the regret. It was clear now. He wasn't a villain in the traditional sense. He was a man broken by years of isolation, clinging to control in a place that had swallowed him whole. Let me help, I said quietly. We can shut this down together. Find another way. He hesitated, then nodded slowly. Maybe it's time. Together, we began the slow process of dismantling the system. I watched as the screens dimmed, one by one, the oppressive hum fading into silence. The doors unlocked. The light steadied. When it was over, the asylum felt different, empty, yes, but lighter. The weight of unseen eyes lifted. Outside, the sun was rising. Cold air filled my lungs as I stepped away from the building, the first real breath I'd taken in hours. I didn't know what would happen next. The man stayed behind, a shadow finally releasing its grip. Me? I changed. No longer just a curious trespasser, but a witness to the dark heart of control and the fragile hope of letting go. As I walked away, the sound of a distant dog barking broke the morning stillness. The world felt vast again, unpredictable, and free. I didn't look back. Not once.